Introductions by members. Minister of Energy and Mines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Joining us in the West Gallery this afternoon are members of the Consular Corps of British Columbia. The Consular Corps, based mainly in Vancouver, is the official body comprising all consular officers resident in the province, representing 80 countries and 4 international organizations. They are here today to participate in briefings by the government. Today we have representatives from 41 different countries and international organizations. And given that number, I won't be able to introduce them individually, but I will introduce the Dean of the Consular Corps and the Consul General of Mexico, Her Excellency Berenice Diaz Ceballos. In the Members' Gallery, we also have the honour of His Excellency Dr. Ronan Hoffman, the new Ambassador of Israel to Canada, joining us today. In addition to undertaking his initial courtesy meetings with provincial officials, he will join us for the briefings with the Consular Corps this afternoon. So once again, I would invite the House to welcome again the Consular Corps, because I think they're worth 2 ovations, and the Ambassador of Israel to Canada. Thank you.
Member for Richmond South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the accommodation. I would like to take a moment to introduce again my baby girl, Mackenzie Yi Yao. And of course, I want to thank my in-laws, Tai Liansen and Ning Xiuyu, for joining us. They've been huge support for me being able to become MLA and support the community. And we all know how much our family sacrifices for all of us, so I want to take a moment to thank them. And of course, I also want to acknowledge my wife, Tanya Li Tan's here, and take this moment to announce that we are expecting a second.
Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, in the House today is Karen Renalata, President of QPBC. Joining Karen is Martina Boyd, the Legislative Coordinator for QPBC. I have asked all members of the House, please join with me and give them warm welcome.
Member for Fraser-Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps my colleague that just introduced his little one would like to listen to this. I would be remiss not to stand in the House today to wish a happy birthday to my son, Justin, whose birthday was on Saturday. I remember Justin's 2nd birthday very well because just 2 days later, imagine our surprise when we added twins to our family. So please join me in wishing happy birthday to my twins, Nikki and Lisa, who are, I won't say how old today. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Joining us in the gallery today are 2 of my amazing CAs, Carly Hogan and Aidan Hooper, who have come over today to bring 2 wonderful interns from Kwantlen Polytechnic University, Michaela Cirillo and Emilio Sanz, who are students at Kwantlen Polytechnic who have come to join me as interns in my office for a little while, and they've been completely invaluable and wonderful assets, and I'm so thrilled to welcome them to Victoria, and I wonder if the House could please join me in welcoming them today in the gallery.
Member for Delta South.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and what a privilege it is to stand up here today and announce that over our 2-week break I became a grandfather for the first time. My son Tom and his fiancée Claire Elbro had a little baby girl named Natalie Sue, and we're so happy for them. They live in Ladner, very close to where we live on our farm. And secondly, I have a second announcement, Mr. Speaker, and this has to do with U18 Hockey Provincial Championships in Campbell River. The South Delta Storm went to Campbell River, and they defeated over a course of 4 days Victoria, Trail, Fort St. John, Kelowna, and Hollyburn to win the provincial gold medal for U18 minor hockey for South Delta Storm. And some of the young men on this team I know personally, and their parents, they've actually worked for me on my farm. Mr. Tyler Allen, Declan Spearin, Max Kids, Maddox Hewitt, and Ryan Carlton. And here are the coaches. Two-time Stanley Cup ring owner Ken Priestley is the head coach, along with Tony Mara and Brent Wheatley. So a big congratulations to my son Tom and his wife, and to the South Delta Storm hockey team. Thank you.
Member for Maple Ridge Mission.
Well, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. And I just wanted to acknowledge someone in this House who was previously the mayor of not a city, but now a city, who also we share the city of Mission with now. And then I just wanted to wish the member from Abbotsford Mission a very, very happy birthday today.
Member for Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, following, I guess, on the theme today, and I don't know if it's something in the water, but I'd like to announce the birth of my second and final child, Simon Remy Mercier. Kate, the love of my life. She was in labor for 2.5 to 3 hours, I think, with Simon. It was fast. He was born 7 pounds 5 ounces on March 1st. Full head of hair, even better vocal cords. And I particularly want to thank the staff at Langley Memorial Hospital Foundation, all of the nurses, the doctors, everyone part of the care team, but especially a member of the cleaning team, Raj Winder, who, and for context, Simon was born within 25 minutes of parking, who frantically helped, recognized a frantic husband trying to wheel his wife to maternity, and took me through the service elevator to get to 3 North to the maternity ward. I have no doubt, Rajwinder, if you hadn't have done that, I would have been delivering the child in the hallway. So it saved us all some pain. So thank you so much.
Member for Vancouver Kensington.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. And following on the introduction of the Minister of Energy, Mines and Low Carbon Innovation, introducing the Consular Corps, I'd like to give a special warm welcome to our Consul General of Hungary, Valer Palkovits, and I had the honor and really the privilege to mark March 15th for the first day in British Columbia, designating Hungary Heritage Day on March 15th, celebrating that in Vancouver with our Consul Tamas Torok, and also the community right across British Columbia. So very warm welcome to Consul General Valer Palkovits and the rest of our Consular Corps.
Member for North Vancouver Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce to the House some guests that I have today that are from out of province. They're taking a look at how BC does things, and they are from Manitoba and have had some fun things to talk about. My guests today are Tanis Kyle and Steve Raisin. Tanis and Steve came with Steve's mum, who is visiting Steve's niece in Victoria, who happens to be a very good friend of my daughter. And they took this opportunity to come and add to their collection of places that they've gotten to tour legislatures in the provinces of Canada. So I hope that this House will give a very warm welcome to my guests today. Thank you.
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. One of the most moving things has occurred to me as an MLA in the House was the work done in the Vietnamese Canadian community in support of refugees who came to Canada from Syria a number of years ago. And I just wanted to acknowledge on behalf of all members of the House, because I know all members of the House would feel this, the work being done in the Vietnamese Canadian community today to support people in Ukraine. As people will know, the Vietnamese community in its majority in British Columbia came to Canada as refugees, something that of course has benefited our country in a way beyond, I think, words. So I want to acknowledge on behalf of the House both the fundraiser that was held on Friday night, the $68,000 that were raised prior to that fundraiser, and all the work being done in the community to support the Ukraine in particular by the Vietnamese Veterans Association, the Vietnamese Women's Society of BC, the Vietnamese Air Force Veterans Association, Vo Vietnam, the Vietnamese Professional Association, Lac Viet BC Radio, the Vietnamese Canadian seniors in British Columbia. Honourable Speaker, I want to thank, on behalf of all members of the House, all members of the community for the work they've done, which is, I think, an inspiration to all of us.
Member for Kootenay East.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today in the virtual gallery, we have Keith and Lynn Shapitka, who over the break on March 18th celebrated their 60th wedding anniversary. I am their son. And how they made it through 60 years of marital bliss with a child like me, I'll never know. But I just want to welcome them into the House and please celebrate their 60th wedding anniversary.
Member for Vernon Monashee.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Today I am so excited to welcome my daughter, Jasreen, my middle daughter, for the first time in the gallery after becoming an MLA. She's somewhere there. Jasreen is in grade 10, and I got very busy as usual with work during spring break. So being a creative as usual, I told her to come join me in Victoria as they still have 1 week left for the break. So, however, she won't be able to see me as we work here, but at the end of the day, she can see my face. And she's very excited to see how the House proceedings go. And I just want to ask House, would you please make my daughter, Jasreen, welcome to the House for the first time. Thank you.
Minister of Citizen Services.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. So we have some UVic students here in the House today. We have Hudson Campbell, Nikita Johnson, and Paige Lonis. They're fabulous poli-sci students at a UVic, and not afraid to say on Hudson's behalf, he is a bit of a political nerd. He is so excited about question period, which I think is great. And Hudson actually happens to be my CA as well. So a big thank you to him for all the work he does in Maple Ridge and Pitt Meadows on behalf of our constituents. And with the House, please make them feel very welcome.
Member for Chilliwack Kent.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I would like to give a very warm welcome to my CA as well. Jennifer Tridhart-Tufts is up there, as well as her mama Susan, because without both of them, I could not do what I do. So thank you, Jennifer, on behalf of the people of Chilliwack Kent that you help every day. They are also both co-market managers of the Abbotsford Farm and Country Market. So when they're not helping people of Chilliwack Kent, Jennifer and her mom Susan are helping people in Abbotsford. Thanks.
Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present a message from Her Honor, the Lieutenant Governor.
Her Honor, the Lieutenant Governor transmits herewith Bill number 19, entitled Employment Standards Amendment Act 2022, and recommends the same to the Legislative Assembly. Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move that the bill be introduced and read a first time now. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to introduce Bill 19, the Employment Standard Amendment Act 2022. This bill amends the Employment Standard Act to simplify and strengthen the permanent paid sick leave provisions that came into effect on January 1st, 2022. Bill 19 ensures that the paid sick leave entitlement will be applied on a calendar year basis. This will simplify administration for employers and ensure workers are eligible for 5 days of paid sick leave for 2022 and subsequent years, calendar years after. Bill 19 also ensured that all workers will be provided with 5 paid sick days, even where collective agreements have alternate sick leave provisions. Mr. Speaker, British Columbia was the first province in Canada to implement a minimum standard of 5 days of permanent paid sick leave each year. Prior to January 1st, 2022, more than 1 million workers in this province did not have access to paid sick leave, especially workers in low-wage jobs who are more often women or racialized workers. This government has listened to the issues raised by business and labor organizations, with the result that Bill 19 ensures that bill, the paid sick leave, addresses the need of British Columbia.
Members, the question is the first reading of the bill. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be placed on the orders of the day for second reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
Member, you heard the motion. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present a message from Her Honour the Lieutenant Governor.
Her Honour the Lieutenant Governor transmits herewith Bill number 12 entitled Property Law Amendment Act 2022 and recommends the same to the Legislative Assembly. Minister.
I move that the bill be introduced and read a first time now. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to introduce the Property Law Amendment Act 2022. Last November, our government committed to bringing forward legislation that would improve protection for people trying to buy homes during highly competitive and high-pressure market conditions. Today, I'm putting forward amendments to the Property Law Act, which creates the framework for a residential right of rescission, a new home buyer protection period in British Columbia. In today's heightened market activity, the creation of a protection period will ensure that buyers have the peace of mind that they need before making such a huge financial decision. These amendments would enable the creation of a period to give people buying a home more time to consider their offers, ensuring financing, and obtain a home inspection, instead of feeling like they need to waive these conditions. The BC Financial Services Authority has just wrapped up consultations on the parameters for a home buyer protection period and other possible consumer protection measures related to BC real estate. They will be providing advice back to government later this spring to help us build the regulations. Regulations coming this year will define the specific time home buyers will have to exercise this right, as well as any potential financial costs of retracting an offer. Today's enabling legislation and our ongoing work on the regulations is part of our efforts to grant people better protection while they are making one of the biggest financial decisions of their lives.
Members, the question is the first reading of the bill. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be placed on the orders of the day for second reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Minister. Minister of Finance.
Honourable Speaker, I have the honour to present a message from Her Honour the Lieutenant Governor.
Her Honour the Lieutenant Governor transmits herewith Bill number 18 entitled Supply Act number 1, 2022 and recommends the same to the Legislative Assembly. Minister.
Honourable Speaker, I move that Bill 18, Supply Act number 1, 2022 be introduced and read a first time now. Honourable Speaker, Bill 18 provides interim supply for ministry operations and other appropriations for approximately the first 3 months of the 22-23 fiscal year. Bill 18 also provides interim supply for a portion of government's anticipated financing requirements for the 22-23 fiscal year, including an amount equaling 1/3 of the fiscal year 22-23 estimated capital expenditures, loans, investments, and other financing requirements, and the full amount of the year's estimated disbursements for revenues collected on behalf of and transferred to specific programs and entities.
Members, it's the first reading of the bill. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Minister.
Honourable Speaker, I move that Bill 18 be placed on the orders of the day for second reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Madam Clerk.
Statements by members.
Member for Chilliwack, Kent.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Last Friday, I had the privilege of joining a group of leaders in our community for a video meeting with Chad Martz with Hungry for Life International. Chad, his wife Mary, and their daughter Tatiana are in Ukraine, where Mary is from, working to support people fleeing from the attack. The family has deep roots in Ukraine as well as our community. Chad is a longtime resident of Chilliwack, and I first met the family while our kids attended elementary school together in Chilliwack, Kent. They have been in Ukraine since July, gathering a network and supplies through their work with Hungry for Life, a Christian not-for-profit organization based in Chilliwack. Their small group of volunteers and churches has had an immense impact, gathering and distributing over 400 tons of food and supplies to help feed and care for thousands of people who are fleeing from their homes and their country. Chad described the word fleeing as a watered-down term given the reality, as he explained that people were just living their lives, going to work, going to school, and then it ended in an instant. Hungry for Life is not typically a first wave response organization. However, what they are accomplishing is incredible. Chad shared that there is not much sleep in this sprint, and thousands of people who are arriving at their family's home near the border in the West are traumatized, some unable to eat even after days without food. The Martz family are securing outside sources as food within the country runs out, as well as fuel for the 10 to 20 trucks that bring food from their 2 warehouses to the dozens of local volunteer-driven sprinter vans that risk back routes in conflict zones, with bombs going off as people line up for bread. The focus now is reaching those who are trapped, who are starving as food has run out. Hungry for Life has raised $1.5 million, which has supplied critical help. They remain focused on raising more funds. Please join me in thanking the Martz family, Hungry for Life, and all the volunteers, and keep them in your thoughts as they risk their safety to serve others. You can help or learn more by following Hungry for Life on Facebook or from their webpage, hungryforlife.org. Thank you.
Member for Richmond North Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the remarkable life of Tommy Wong. Originally from a small town on Vancouver Island, Tommy's heroic life and legacy, both as a veteran and an advocate for BC's Chinese-Canadian community. When the Second World War broke out, like hundreds of other young Chinese-Canadian men, Tommy wanted to serve his country. Although most were initially rejected by the Canadian Army due to their race, once Japan entered the war and invaded large areas of Southeast Asia, suddenly Chinese Canadians were considered valuable soldiers. They could blend into the populations of Asia and carry out clandestine work. Tommy participated in operations throughout Southeast Asia as a member of Force 136, a special executive operations group that helped establish, train, and supply resistance movements in Japanese-occupied territories, and undertake clandestine sabotage operations. Tommy's heroism not only cemented his legacy in our history books, the incredible work throughout the latter half of his life has helped cement the legacy of all Chinese Canadians in our history books. I have the honor of working closely with Tommy during my time as a minister responsible for multiculturalism, when I worked with the Chinese-Canadian delegation through our legacy initiatives, where we unveil plaques commemorating Chinese-Canadian historical sites in Barkerville, in Ashcroft, and in Kamloops, and many others, honoring Chinese Canadians and their contributions to our province history. Our province has lost a wonderful and passionate community leader, and many have lost a great friend and family member. My heart goes out to all that were close to Tommy, who I know will miss him dearly. So please join me in honoring the incredible life of Tommy Wong.
Member for Courtenay-Comox.
Honourable Speaker, there are some people who are so vibrant it's hard to reconcile that they no longer walk among us. Bill Heydrich's one of those people who lived so well that while he has passed, his time on this planet has made a lasting imprint on the environment he cherished and enriched the lives of those who had the privilege to make his acquaintance. Before retiring to Courtenay and settling along the Courtenay River estuary, Bill and his beloved wife, Kathy Woodley, lived in Zeballos for over 30 years. Small town life and work in the forestry industry made for fertile ground for Bill to jump into a life of service, devoting time with the Recreation Commissioner, Volunteer Fire Department, Ambulance Service, Rangers, Fish and Wildlife, and election to local government for 8 years. His life experiences, along with his contagious enthusiasm, sincere, friendly approach, and confident expertise, brought success for all of us as he dedicated the last 11 years of his life to healing the planet through his leadership as a director for Comox Valley's Project Watershed. As noted on their website, he was a real example of what environmental stewardship in action looks like. Bill Bill's big passion was the Couscous project, and his leadership was integral to the purchase and now the ongoing restoration of a brownfield site, which will thwart the seal predation of our iconic salmon, return an ancient tree burial site to the Comox First Peoples, and moderate against flooding. His favorite inspirational quote was, "If there is magic on this planet, it is contained in water." As we walk along the estuary, the magic of Bill Heydrich is in the water, and we're all grateful for his inspirational legacy. Condolences to his soulmate, Kathy Woodley, and we can join in Bill's vision by donating at projectwatershed.ca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm fortunate to have a constituent in my riding that is actually Canada's female athlete of the century. And Nancy Green-Rain has been a force at Sun Peaks the whole time she's been in Sun Peaks. In fact, over the last 25 years, Nancy has hosted, in partnership with TELUS, the TELUS Cup, which this year unfortunately did not involve racing due to COVID and other issues, but was more of a family-friendly event that still raised critical dollars for the community of Sun Peaks. Now, Sun Peaks over the years is a community that will always take the bull by the horns and get the project done that needs to be done to improve their community. Over the past years, several of those 25 years, the money was raised for the local health centre. This year, the goal was raising money for the local school and the local education society, operating costs. $40,000 on March 12th was raised on the one-day event, which saw people come from all over British Columbia to participate and enjoy themselves. Nancy's been a tireless advocate of this event, but not just this event, on day in, day out events in Sun Peaks, and making sure that she's always there to welcome and greet people. The School Society has had an ambitious goal to try to make sure that they have a permanent school in place at Sun Peaks over the years. They collect about, the province collects about $1.2 million or $1.8 million in school taxes every year. And the goal is to have a more permanent school. We now see over 150 kids enrolled in schools up at Sun Peaks, and who wouldn't like to go to a school where you can ride a chairlift to get to your school? They do great work up there. There's an ever-growing number of kids, families, and everyone at Sun Peaks. So this year's TELUS Cup was a great success. We look forward to year 26 and moving forward, and we look forward to the eventual expansion of the Sun Peaks School with the Nancy Green's help and persistence behind it as well.
Member for Langley East.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. With the ongoing pandemic and natural disasters, the past few years have been a challenging period for all of British Columbia, especially farmers and low-income individuals. BC's farmers and farmers markets across the province have been on the front lines working to remain open and support our communities with food and farmers with a strong source of income. To help both these groups, the British Columbian Association of Farmers Markets have been helping with the BC AFM Nutrition Coupon Program. Last year, the program provided healthy and affordable food to 96 lower-income residents with $21,405 in coupons redeemed at the Fort Langley Farmers Market alone. The program gives back to the community by bringing people out of the grocery stores and into farmers markets, keeping funds closer to home. The food security brought to low-income residents and the financial stability brought to farmers is a welcome and needed safety during trying times. The BC AFM partnered with Encompass Support Services, Society, Sources Langley Food Bank, the United Churches of Langley to provide fresh and varied food for lower income, pregnant people, families, and seniors. Over 19,000 lower-income residents in 86 communities were brought healthy, fresh, and local food thanks to the program. In addition, the program also brought education regarding healthy eating and strengthened the connections between residents and farmers, bringing a sense of community in a time when many of us felt so alone. I'm proud to support such a forward-thinking and wonderful program. I would also like to thank the Minister of Health and the Minister of Agriculture for their support of this program, as well as one of my fabulous interns, Emilio, who is a great supporter of this program and is joining us today in the gallery, who in fact wrote this 2-minute statement for me. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker. Today I'm very excited to share with the House about the latest development in UBC Okanagan's new downtown Kelowna project, UBCO Downtown. Being one of the fastest growing university campuses in Canada, UBC Okanagan has nearly 12,000 students and $40 million in annual research funding this year alone. The UBCO Downtown project will create new space to support teaching, learning, and research both on campus and in the community. It will include a tower with academic and research facilities, community-facing spaces, and university rental housing available to those who work or study at UBC. The project will bring health education and training programs like nursing and social work closer to the community, as well as spaces to support education and management and the arts. With the addition of a major new presence in the heart of the city, UBCO Downtown will help build the university's partnership with Interior Health, Indigenous service organizations, the Okanagan tech sector, and the arts and cultural sector. Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt this project will add vibrancy to the downtown Kelowna as it builds on UBC's long-standing efforts to extend its Okanagan presence, including through the UBC Faculty of Medicine Clinical Academic Campus at Kelowna General Hospital, Innovation UBC at the Okanagan Innovation Centre, and UBCO's partnership with the Rotary Centre for the Arts. Currently at the development permitting stage in front of the city, the university aims to break ground on UBCO Downtown later this year, with a public engagement session planned for the upcoming months. I encourage everyone to get involved and look forward to this upcoming project as it comes to fruition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, in 2 elections, the Premier promised British Columbians that life would be more affordable, and we now know that that simply is not the case. Let's start with gas prices. It's been 4 long years since the Premier actually made another promise. He promised to take action on gas prices. Instead, we've basically had 4 years of this Premier dodging that responsibility and, in fact, making excuses, none of which made any sense at all. Well, perhaps it was public pressure or maybe a little bit of polling that finally told the Premier he needed to do something. So, 2 weeks ago, he hinted that help was on the way. But what did we find out on Friday? The Premier's plan continues to be to do as little as possible and to keep making excuses. What was announced won't even cover the cost of filling up the family car. Much worse, it isn't coming for months, and that's if it gets approved by the BCUC. So today, British Columbians have a question for the Premier. They want to know why he has abandoned them to facing the highest gas prices in North America, and they will continue to experience that pain at the pump.
Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And it's little surprise that a $400 million infusion back to policyholders is a little step, according to BC Liberals. Of course, that's because over the 16 years that they were in power, Honourable Speaker, you may remember this, they did zero, nothing, not a thing to reduce gas prices. In fact, their current leader mocked people who raised it as an issue, saying there's nothing you can do about it. Well, again, it's all easy for the official opposition to say we've done nothing about affordability because it completely dismisses and discounts the fact that we did away with their tolls that they brought in to put on roads. $1,500 for drivers in Surrey. Well, of course, you wouldn't know that because there's only one member from Surrey on that side of the House. But $1,500 is a big deal. It's a big deal. The guy from Abbotsford doesn't think that's a big deal, but I think his constituents certainly do, Honourable Speaker. There was the monthly tax that they called the medical services premium, which in fact wasn't a premium for health. It was a tax on poor people. And what did we do, Honourable Speaker? We got rid of it. I can appreciate when we took some action on the dumpster fire that was the Insurance Corporation of British Columbia when we came into government. We saw from 2001 to 2017 rates go up by 50%. That's 50, Honourable Speaker, 50%. And on our watch, rates have gone down up to 20%. And there's not been one rebate, not two rebates, but three rebates. That's the policyholder. The BC Liberals, Honourable Speaker, just to conclude the episode, the BC Liberals used to take money out of ICBC and give it to large corporations. We've chosen to give it back to policyholders.
Leader of the Official Opposition, supplemental.
Well, thanks very much. And we're continuing to wait for the Premier to meet another promise, because he continues to raise the new leader of our party. How about calling a by-election, and then he can have that discussion in here.
Members, let's hear the question.
All the bluster and clapping that the members opposite want to do today does not take away from what's happening for families in British Columbia. The Premier knows it's not just gas prices, it's housing, it's rent rebates, it's childcare costs. The Premier knows that. And he can continue to dig up the things that he wants to raise in this House, but let's be clear, this issue is on his watch. He made a promise to British Columbians 4 long years ago. And he knows that this is far too little and it is far too late. And the Premier also knows full well that this rebate should have been coming to British Columbians anyway. But the Premier dusts it off and calls it a gas rebate when he knows full well that British Columbians should have been getting it anyway. The Premier had other options, and he knows that. He could have chosen to return to carbon tax neutrality and provide a targeted rebate. But instead, we continue to have the highest gas taxes and prices in North America. Maybe the Premier would like to hear what Billy Burke had to say. He's actually quitting the trucking business after 20 years because, as he says, he had to spend $14,000 on fuel last month alone. So perhaps the Premier can answer this question. Why didn't he choose to give targeted, meaningful help to low and middle income families and those who simply cannot afford to keep managing the highest and most expensive gas taxes in North America?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And again, I thank the Leader of the Opposition for her question. Werner Antweiler, a UBC economic professor, had some poignant comments to make last week about the targeted funding that we were able to find for drivers, policyholders. And I know this would be a mystery to those on the other side of the House because they never did anything like this. It's all well and good to say you should have given it to them anyway. Well, you had 16 years to do it once, and you didn't do it. And you didn't do it. What we did, Honourable Speaker, is we made a commitment to do something about high gas prices. We did an investigation. That investigation by an independent third party discovered a 13-cent gap between what the companies were saying they had to pay and what they were doing at the pumps. So what did we do to respond to that, Honourable Speaker? You might have remembered it. You were in the House. You voted against it. We passed a transparency bill to ensure that every company that sells gasoline, has to prove to customers why they're raising the rates. Now, this is the free market party. I know this is a mystery to some of the newer members of the House. They used to be the so-called free enterprise party, and now they don't understand global markets. How is that? What happened? What happened from coming from here to going over there? Markets mean nothing. There's a global crisis. Newsflash, BC Liberals, global crisis, and British Columbia's government's taking steps to protect people. We've been doing that for the past 5 years. It's a mystery to you how we're doing it, but it's working for people.
Member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll maybe let the Premier know that right now, to fill up a family vehicle is $150. And the Premier's rebate won't even cut that. And ironically, while even EV drivers are getting the so-called fuel rebate, the Premier is at the same time hiking TransLink costs, with fares going up nearly 4%. So, The Premier says British Columbians can take the bus if they can't afford the gas. So why is the Premier doing nothing for transit riders and in fact hiking fares and making this affordability crisis even worse?
Premier.
Well, Honourable Speaker, kids under 12 travel free now. That was a savings for families. But maybe the member should spend more time. Members should spend more time on public transit. I want to go back to Werner Antweiler because he said the following quote: "We have seen a significant price increase, and to take roughly $400 million that's being allocated and divided up by the fuel that is being consumed all across BC, it gives relief of about 8 to 9 cents a litre. That's what the $400 million will do, 8 to 9 cents a litre. Way more than's happening in oil-rich Alberta, way more that's happening in Ontario, nothing. Quebec, nothing. In British Columbia, we're responding to the needs of people because we know that affordability is a challenge for British Columbians. And we've been, for the past 5 years, undoing the mess that we inherited from the people on that side of the House. I don't know what could be more graphic than characterizing our public auto insurance company as a dumpster fire, but thank goodness someone did it, and it was lit by BC Liberals.
Surrey White Rock supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And maybe a newsflash to the Premier, everything's going up. Transit fares going up. Gas prices have gone up. Housing's gone up. Everything has gone up under this Premier's watch. And while the Premier's office is apparently telling EV drivers to donate their rebate to charity, people who rely on transit and get to work at school have no charity from the NDP. There is no charity from this government. It is going to cost $185 just to get a monthly pass from Surrey to Vancouver for public transit. 4 years after promising action, it's clear this Premier has given up on finding a long-term solution. So, when will this Premier actually give British Columbians a long-term solution on the unaffordability that it continues to oversee?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I give the member full marks for effort. Well done, way to try. What hasn't gone up in the past 5 years? Tolls on bridges, because they don't exist anymore. They don't exist anymore. What has gone down, Honourable Speaker, year after year after year? Childcare costs, which was the #1 issue for business, was to make sure that we could care for our children. BC Liberals don't want to care for kids.
Members,
the Democrats do. The Green
order.
Party wants to. The only people who don't think childcare is transforming lives are the people who are sitting on that side of the House. Again, I appreciate when you've got very few rocks to throw, you pick up the same one and throw it over and over again. But I don't understand this affordability stuff. With the guy that's coming in, the guy that's coming in, the guy that's coming in, Kevin Balkin, he oversaw
Members, come to order, please.
Every year
Member.
he raised them. Every year he raised them. And when it came to ICBC, and I'm just disappointed that the member for Kamloops South Thompson isn't here. When we asked for information about what they were doing at ICBC, we got a report back. It wasn't redacted,
Member.
Speaker. The pages were ripped out of the document. That's freedom of information on that side of the House. And nice try. Keep going. Maybe one day you'll remember that there's a free market economy and people on this side of the House are working every day to make life better for British Columbians while you whine over there.
Premier and all members, do not recognize members who are in or out, please. Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It costs $10 to take the Cowichan Valley commuter bus, $10 each way. So if you're a commuter from Cowichan who rides home in the evening, it's going to be $20. You can buy a pass, that's over $200 a month. The commuter bus only runs one way in the early morning and in the early evenings. To take the bus into the city of Victoria for work, riders need to catch it an hour and a half before school starts. And so for working parents, not sure how they tend to their kids in the interim. This is ultimately a policy failure. There are an average of 25,000 vehicles per day traveling the Malahat, and for the vast majority of people, this is the only option available to them getting between the CBRD and the CRD. Transit for Cowichan Valley residents is neither affordable nor accessible. Through you, Honourable Speaker, to the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, we're in an affordability crisis. In one of his responses, the Premier told British Columbians to use BC's, quote, sophisticated public transit systems if prices become too unaffordable in the short term. Does the Minister of Transportation consider the Cowichan Valley commuter bus to be a sophisticated, affordable public transit system?
Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for asking the question. And of course, we value inter-city commuter buses. We're expanding services this year in communities around the province, including the member's own community. And I'm very pleased that this very day we have introduced a brand new inter-community bus service between Duncan and Nanaimo in the member's constituency. I'm very proud of the budget that is before the House today because amongst all of the good things that are in that budget, there is an 11% operating funding increase for BC Transit services in every community in British Columbia, Mr. Speaker. And this year, we will realize an expansion of 120,000 additional service hours in our province, a combined total in excess of $2.5 million annual service hours that provide innovative routes, services, expansion of the types of service that the member has raised here in the House today. These are good things for the community. This is a transit government that is expanding transit service, expanding our investment in public transit, record investments in transit capital funding all over the province, Mr. Speaker. That's our government's commitment. We got the transit system through the pandemic. We're rebounding ridership as we speak, and we will continue our investments in public transit in her community and right around BC.
Leader of the third party, supplemental.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I specifically asked about the bus between Cowichan and the CRD, got an answer about the bus between Cowichan and Nanaimo, so I'll try again. For riders, for people who are commuting between the Cowichan Valley and the Capital Regional District, there is an almost zero chance for them to be able to properly use the commuter bus because it is so limited and, for many people, out of their cost range. Last month's budget does point out that transportation is the province's largest single source of greenhouse gas emissions. It also pointed out in the fight for climate change, we need to, quote, ensure that people are able to choose cleaner, more efficient ways to get around, including transit. But for commuters between the Cowichan Valley and the CRD, that choice simply is not truly available. And last week, instead of finding a way to support more transit users, this government decided to give a rebate to car drivers. My question again is to the Minister of Transportation. A 3-hour commute by bus return that costs $20 is not adequately serving the transit needs of the people of Cowichan Valley. Can they expect to see an improvement to the commuter bus system?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I thank the member for the question. And the fact of the matter is, just a few short years ago, there was no Cowichan commuter to the CRD. There is today. We have just been through a pandemic where public transit ridership has been hammered in this province and around the globe. I'm happy to say that BC Transit is now reporting a 67% ridership recovery to date, which makes it amongst the highest in North America. We are on our way to rebounding transit ridership. We are doing so with a budget that increases funding by 11% this year in operating funding. And I have to say that we chose to do things differently in BC when it came to making public transit reliable to people in their time of need during a pandemic and all the uncertainties that brought to their lives. With the latest partnership with Ottawa that the finance minister and others helped our government negotiate, we took the lead in the Confederation through the Premier on insisting that we needed more money to help public transit recover. We will be close to investing an additional $1 billion in transit recovery funding to the province of British Columbia. Other provinces turned that money down. They cut service, they laid off staff, they slashed transit service. We built back better, Mr. Speaker, and that's what we're going to continue to do in her community and every community in the province.
Member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Well, when it comes to making life more costly, this NDP government just keeps finding new ways to do it. This time is on the backs of parents, because parents across the province are going to pay hundreds of dollars more in childcare fees this week because of government's incompetence. Providers have been waiting months for subsidy applications that could cost families over $350 a month if they aren't approved by April 1st. Parents are now going to have to pay more for childcare starting April 1st, and there will not be funds for wage top-ups for early childhood educators. My question is this: why is the Premier putting childcare providers and the families they serve through so much stress and uncertainty?
Minister of State for Childcare.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. I understand that parents in BC have been struggling with high cost of childcare for many years. Many parents, even they are able to afford childcare, may not be able to find childcare services at all. And that is why, since 2018, we've started a Childcare BC plan to lower parent fees, to accelerate the creation of spaces, and support early childhood educators. And we've come a long way. For the first time in BC's history, since we became government, parents are finding savings in their childcare fees. And the fee reduction program that the member is referring to has been a huge success, with over 93% of providers across the province joining our plan, helping us to reduce parent fees together. And the fee reduction program is to make childcare more affordable for families. And from my understanding, my staff, the ministry, are on track to meet all of our express timelines to provide approval to providers. All providers who have submitted complete applications, regardless of whether they submitted by the priority cutoff timeline, will receive approvals by today. While our side of the House has been working hard to reduce parent fees, the other side of the House has been voting against our plan every step of the way.
Kelowna Mission Supplemental.
Well, that's good news, and if the minister is correct, very positive. But newsflash, that's not what parents are being told, and that's not what providers are being told. In fact, childcare providers have been told by government that if they keep providing discounted rates to parents, they are doing so at their own risk. Amanda Worms is a childcare operator who is waiting on a subsidy application to be approved by the minister. Even though her application was made before the February 17th deadline, she said she was told less than a week ago that she would not be approved for funding, including operating funding, at any of the centres before April 1st. She says, and I quote, "This $350 could mean my families can't make their mortgage payments." End quote. Why is this government forcing these families to pay hundreds of dollars out of pocket because of their own incompetence?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. While this is very encouraging to hear the opposition talking about childcare, when they were in government, they ignored the crisis, left parents struggling on their own. So the ministry staff has been working really hard to review applications as quickly as possible. No deadlines have been missed. This is business as usual. We've been doing this for the past few years, learning how to lower parent fees. We've been processing applications, and as of today, all providers that have submitted complete applications have received approvals. The only exception is those providers who are seeking to increase fees beginning in April, and they have been
contacted and offered a way to grant temporary approval to provide certainty to parents. So parents can continue to receive the fee relief while their applications are being reviewed. We are doing everything we can to work with providers, to support early childhood educators, to support the creation of spaces, while the other side of the house are creating division among the child care providers, are creating unnecessary fear to parents, and not working with us to support parents and providers.
Member for Peace River South.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we just heard in the House earlier today that the Premier doesn't understand the affordability issue, which obviously explains why he's been sitting on his hands, doing nothing, breaking promises, while British Columbia has become the least affordable place in North America. So it seems to be the mantra of this government: make a big promise, fail to deliver, and then blame somebody else for their failure. We heard today whether it's gas prices going up, doing nothing, transit fares going up, affecting people and families, childcare, all the confusion that's happening around that, prices going up. Results in British Columbia continue to be the same, though it cannot be more affordable, less affordable here in British Columbia under this government. I know they have no problem voting themselves a raise, though, while everybody else is struggling in the province. For 2 straight elections now, the NDP and this Premier have promised a $400 renters rebate. And finally we thought we heard something when the Attorney General, just before this budget was presented, the Attorney General stood up here and said, we're working on it, giving maybe some false hope, because I see nothing in this budget for a $400 renters rebate. So I'm trying to figure out who's right here, because it's not in the budget, but the Attorney General said they're working on it. So will the government, the Premier, one of the ministers, somebody, since they're working on it, stand up and let us know when the $400 rebate will be delivered? Rebate. He doesn't understand affordability issues.
Yeah, that's not even funny, man. That's not even funny.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We've been addressing affordability consistently since 2017, Mr. Speaker. Everything from fixing a dumpster fire, the child opportunity benefit. That's $2,600 a year for a family with 2 children, Mr. Speaker. That is a significant investment in families. That's money in their pockets. Reducing childcare costs in this budget, cutting fees by 50% by the end of this year if your child is 5 years or younger. That is huge, Mr. Speaker. And again, I hope that the members across the way were going to support the budget, because I hear that they care finally about affordability. Yeah. I fully expect them to support this budget, Mr. Speaker.
Peace River South supplemental.
Well, Mr. Speaker, back to the question. We were talking about a $400 renters rebate that this government, this Premier, ministers have promised that they would deliver to help in this affordability crisis. Twice. Half a decade now of making this promise. The minister completely deflected away, so I'm trying to give her another chance here, because the minister sitting right to her right said that you were working on it, that this government was working on it. I know it takes a long time for the NDP to deliver on a promise. We're 6 years in almost of trying to deliver on a basic promise of what they were trying to say that they were going to give to the people of British Columbia. So back to the minister, one of the ministers, maybe the Premier, they promised that they would deliver this for the people of British Columbia. Housing prices have never been higher. Rent has never been higher. We've been waiting for this promise. People, families have been waiting for this promise to be delivered. So this is not about deflecting to something else. It's about delivering on a promise. Will the minister stand here today and tell us when renters will get that rebate?
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And we are continuing to work on that commitment, Mr. Speaker. But I also want to remind the members that we capped rent hikes, saving the average British Columbia family over $1,000 a year. That's significant, Mr. Speaker. And what did the members on the other side of the House? They actually increased. They put a 2% additional increase on top of CPI increases, Mr. Speaker. We got rid of that. We're continuing to save people money here in this province, and we're going to keep doing that important work.
Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's troubling to hear the Finance Minister talk about the renter's rebate. It's actually in the Finance Minister's mandate letter. She's had that mandate letter through 2 budgets now. In fact, it's only meant in her mandate letter for people that aren't already getting subsidized housing of some sort. So the fact we don't see it anywhere in this budget is very troubling and very concerning, which means people have to wait another year for relief there. They've waited 4 years for the Premier to try to action anything when it comes to gas prices. Again, the Premier's own words. This government seems to never want to take responsibility for their own commitments, their own promises, especially election promises. We've heard about the bungling and the confusion in the childcare sector around that. And the interesting thing when it comes to transit or even childcare, the only reason this government has some money for these programs is because, like with most things over the last few years, they wait for the federal government to come in with buckets of money and save them from it, because they had no childcare plan until the federal government came in with boatloads of money.
Members, let's hear the question, please. Order. Order.
So again, Mr. Speaker, the so-called fuel rebate announced on Friday will see $30 of that $110 go back to this government in the form of taxation, a nice little clawback that they don't like to talk about. We're seeing transit fares increase in TransLink areas. When will this Premier take the affordability crisis seriously? At least he had a moment today where he finally acknowledged what we all know, that he doesn't understand affordability, and actually deliver on even one of his campaign promises as it relates to affordability in his province.
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I guess what I don't understand is how these people can keep talking the way they've been talking. I think we need an Atom project in here so we can take the 2022 Liberals back to meet the 2017 Liberals. You're different people. Kevin Falcon jacked up, put tolls on the roads in British Columbia, first time in 50 years. He increased medical services premiums. He took this so-called revenue-neutral carbon tax. He took the carbon tax and gave it to his developer friends so they could build houses that people speculated on, they didn't live in. And for these people, the 2022 Liberals, who have no correlation whatsoever to the Liberals that I spent 15 years yelling at, the Liberals of today live in another reality. We have been taking steps for 5 years to reduce costs for British Columbians. The Leader of the Official Opposition mocked the child opportunity benefit. It used to go to children up to the age of 6. Up to the age of 6. And we brought it in for kids up to the age of 18, because we know that kids don't get cheaper, they get more expensive. The only thing that people don't understand, Honourable Speaker, is why it is that Liberals are trying to pretend they're Liberals, because they're not. You should go back to being Conservatives where you're comfortable, tell people what you really stand for, and let us do the heavy lifting on affordability.
The bell ends question period. Members. The question period is over. Members, I have the honor of presenting the Auditor General's report, BC Housing COVID-19 response, additional safe spaces for women and children leaving violence. Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I am tabling 4 copies of a revised service plan for the Ministry of Agriculture and Food. This version replaces the plan tabled on Budget Day 2022 and corrects an entry error in the forecast for performance measures 2.1b on page 9.
Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In this chamber, I call committee stage Bill 8, Attorney General Statutes, Hague Convention on Child and Family Support Amendment Act. And in Section A, the Douglas Fir Room, I call Committee of Supply estimates on the Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions.
Committee chairs.
We'll call the committee to order. We are dealing with Bill 8, Attorney General Statutes, Hague Convention on Child and Family Support Amendment Act 2022. Ms. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just introducing staff joining me today, Daryl Hrenick, Legal Counsel, Ministry of Attorney General on Housing and Policy and Legislation Division. Look forward to the members' questions.
Thank you. Shall Clause 1 pass? Recognizing the minister from the member from Abbotsford West.
I wonder if, just to put the conversation we're going to have into some kind of context, the attorney knows that the House, I think at second reading, indicated broad level support for the what the government and he are endeavoring to do with respect to the Hague Convention. So maybe before we get into a few of the individual sections, the minister could put on the record for the purposes of the committee what the Hague Convention is designed. This Hague Convention on child and family support is endeavoring to do when Canada became a signatory and ratified. And explain the role that the province plays with respect to breathing life into that those steps taken by the federal government and the federal parliament.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So this convention was completed in 2007, but wasn't enforced anywhere until 2013 when two signatory countries, the first two were Norway and Albania, ratified it. We could not enact this implementing legislation until the federal government officially became a signatory country and enacted ratifying legislation because the convention is an international instrument, not domestic law. So Canada formally became a signatory on May 23rd, 2017. In June of 2019, Canada amended the Federal Divorce Act that when those changes are brought into force will ratify the convention and make it possible to apply it in whatever province and territory is ready. That's what we're aiming to do here today, is to be ready for that. This convention itself, functionally, it just makes it possible for us to transmit documents between countries where parents are located. So there'll be a parent here in British Columbia, there'll be a parent in another country. The documents can be transmitted through a central authority that will ensure that those documents are put in front of a competent court to be able to resolve the issue.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. So broadly speaking, we're talking about two possible circumstances here. Well, I'm going to make that statement, and if that's not the case, the attorney can correct me. A circumstance where a child is located either in British Columbia or elsewhere, but an order for that child's maintenance has been obtained in a jurisdiction outside of British Columbia and outside of Canada that the custodial parent is wishing to bring and have enforced in British Columbia. I think the term the convention uses is enforced against the debtor
and I think that's the term that is used in the convention. And then the second circumstance where a custodial parent obtains an order in the BC courts for the support of a child and is seeking to have that order enforced in a jurisdiction outside of Canada where the debtor is believed to be located. Is that, broadly speaking, the two circumstances that we'd be dealing with here?
Minister?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Generally speaking, yes.
Member.
The next question I'm going to ask only because a few people have asked me, and I ask it not in an accusatory way because the attorney only became the attorney in 2017, and I recognize that Canada, as he has just said, didn't become a signatory to the convention until that year, and then ratified it a couple of years thereafter. I'm told that Canada played a pretty leading role, or a pretty significant role, in the drafting of this convention dating back to 2007, and yet here we are some 14 years later. And again, I ask this not as is frequently the case in this chamber in an accusatory way against this government or this attorney, but this takes a long time, and we're not there yet. And at some point, I'm probably going to ask the attorney for some indication of how long he thinks it will take for all of Canada to conduct introduce the legislation required to fully operationalize this convention within Canada. But let's start with just some thoughts on the length of time it takes for this work to be done internationally, and in this case, within Canada.
Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The member is right. This has taken a long time, and it will take longer than just us passing this bill, although hopefully not too long, because after we pass this bill, we'll still need Canada to bring into force their amendments from June 2019 that ratify the convention once we're ready. The member's right that this was completed in 2007. The first 6 years, the convention was not in force at all. It required 2 signatory countries to take the first steps to ratify it, and that happened in 2013. As for us at the provincial level, as the member has said, Canada only formally became a signatory country in 2017, so that was a decade after the drafting of the convention. It took 2 more years after that to make the amendments to the Federal Divorce Act, which signaled to us in BC that we should get in a position to be ready for when the federal government ratifies the convention, which is what's happening now. I understand that time was taken by an FPT, Federal Provincial Territorial Working Group, of family justice officials to complete a draft Uniform Implementation Act to enable provinces to more easily implement it. Bill 8 is based on provisions in the draft act that took several months of BC drafting time to complete. The use of the Uniform Act is really important to ensure consistency between provinces and territories, so we were glad for it, but it did have to be modified for the BC context, and it helps ensure that foreign jurisdictions are seeing similar legislation. So lots of reasons for why we're here in 2022 with a convention drafted in 2007. The process of adopting these international documents is obviously lengthy, but hopefully it will be very beneficial for BC families.
Member?
Thanks, Honourable Chair. My reading of the convention suggests that the drafters contemplated the fact that in many countries where there's a federal state, there will be a division of powers as between a central government and state or provincial governments. I presume that contributes to the length of time it takes to do this work. I'm not, quite frankly, when I heard that and read that Albania was one of the first
signatories. I am of an age where I still think of Albania as that country that we never used to hear anything about, and yet here they were apparently on the leading edge. Are those Norway and apparently the Ukraine, ironically, in the same year, are those unitary states by which where the need to address provincial or state level jurisdictions that isn't as much of a burden for them? I'm guessing that in Canada that's where some of the delay is going to come.
Minister?
The member has stumped us. Daryl and I were looking at each other. That's a great question. I don't know if Norway and Albania are unitary states, but I do know that Canada is a state with provinces and territories that will complicate the federal government's job of, given that we have jurisdiction that's shared with the feds in relation to family law, and it will complicate the efforts of the federal government to get this ratified in Canada, and we're just doing our part here in BC to make it possible.
Member?
All right, well, ratified by an act of Parliament in 2019. BC is not technically a signatory to the convention. Canada, as the federal authority, is the signatory. Our work flows from our constitutional makeup within the country. Is that correct?
Minister?
Yes, it is.
Member?
Trying to think of the order to. I'm going to try and characterize. Well, let me say what I'm not going to do. I wasn't proposing today to go through article by article the Hague Convention, and the reason I think it's all right to do that is because it is largely a procedural, an international agreement in my read around procedures that the signatories will follow. We dealt with another UN declaration a few years back, which I think was, and I'm not meaning to be argumentative, just seemed to me to be more substantive, or the potential to impact substantive law greater. This convention doesn't purport to tell British Columbia or another Canadian province what their laws around maintenance, child maintenance, should be, in my view. What it purports to do is create a framework around which those orders can be enforced. Again, we may come upon a slight exception to that here and there, but is that essential? Is that a reasonably fair characterization of this convention?
Minister?
Yes, it is.
Member?
The various articles I see, if I directed the attorney and his capable advisor, Article 60 of the convention talks about the convention coming into force and entry into force. Is the attorney able to give let's assume for the sake of this conversation that this legislation is going to pass in British Columbia. What can the attorney, with the assistance of his official, tell us about what else needs to happen now in Canada? What other provinces, and I'm assuming the territories can be covered by the federal government, but maybe not. What else needs to happen in Canada, and then what needs to happen for the convention to be in force and for people to be able to rely on the convention here in BC? And I guess the question that I'll ultimately have is, has he been provided with any advice estimating when that might happen, recognizing that most of that is beyond his control?
Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a difficult question in the sense, as the member has said, that responsibility lies with the federal government to both ratify and to file with the Hague our ratification. BC is the first province to bring in legislation to adopt our adherence to the Convention. And this bill is a necessary step for Canada to do the same internationally. It will be up to the federal government whether they want to wait for more provinces to sign on and territories to sign on, or whether they want to go ahead. There are some other pieces in place. So, for example, there's a mandatory 3-month delay, which is built into the Convention itself, to allow existing contracting states to become aware of ratification by a new Convention state. So after Canada ratifies and files, there'll be a 3-month notice period. In BC's case, the Convention will only become law after the federal government files those ratification documents. For those who are very keen, that's under Article 58 with the International, and that's under Article 58, and it's filed with the International Permanent Bureau at The Hague, which certifies that BC is ready for the Convention to apply. That filing by the federal government triggers that 3-month waiting period under Article 60, and the intention here is to have our bill timed to be brought into force at the expiry of the waiting period, and it's expected that the federal government will do the same by bringing into force the Convention ratifying sections of the Federal Divorce Act. So it's a very coordinated and choreographed process. Before filing, the federal government must complete a formal review of BC's legislation to make sure it agrees the changes will implement the Convention. The feds may also wish to consider the readiness of other provinces, as I said, and territories. Although Canada can file documents individually for each individual province and territory at different times, they may choose to wait until 1 or 2 are ready. We will be asking them, though, to ratify immediately, because we know the situation faced by some families is quite desperate. BC officials believe that other provinces are developing their own implementing legislation, and we do believe that some other provinces will be bringing forward legislation soon. BC, we also need to prepare and approve regulations required by the amendments in Bill 8 so that they can be brought into force at the same time as the provisions in Bill 8. And we think that much of that can be done while waiting for the feds to file the certifying documents.
Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Is the 3-month period the attorney referred to that which is referred to in Article 60?
Minister?
Yes, it is.
Member?
Not uncommon in these kinds of situations where the level of coordination described by the attorney is required cross-jurisdictionally in Canada for the federal government to set a target and ask or seek agreement, at least amongst the provinces, for the work to be complete at the provincial legislative level. Has the federal government provided any indication whatsoever to British Columbia or other provinces as to their preference when the work is done and when they'd be in a position to file those ratification documents? And if they haven't, is the attorney troubled, disappointed, impatient about that?
Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We certainly are confident that the federal government wants to do this, that they want to get this into place. So I'm certainly heartened by that. I recognize the challenge federally of committing to certain time periods and wanting to have as many provinces and territories as possible on side. And so I'm not critical of the fact that we haven't received any indication from the federal government about a deadline or a best before date or an effort that they have to have provinces and territories hit a certain target in terms of the timeline. What I can say for British Columbia is that once we get this into place, that we will be reaching out to the federal government to, of course, let them know and to ask them to, for British Columbia, ratify as quickly as possible because of the situation faced by many families in our province. And I hope that other provincial legislatures also take this opportunity to support families in the same way.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. I'm not going to try and provoke the Attorney General to make statements that might be viewed as putting overt pressure on the federal government, but he knows that he has explained to the committee and shared his understanding of the process and the option available to the federal government to proceed with the filing of ratification documents following a province or two or three, or to do it incrementally. I'll invite him to take advantage of the opportunity that the committee affords to offer an opinion on when he thinks the work in British Columbia would be done and complete, and would afford the federal government the opportunity to at least proceed with the filing of ratification documents as it relates to this province.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can advise the member that we feel that British Columbia can be ready when the federal government is ready and is filing the certifying documents at The Hague. We think that we can hit those dates, regardless of when that is, if it's immediately following the passage of this bill or at some point in the future. We will not be the source of delay in implementation. And I would certainly encourage the federal government on the record here, as I will in person with my federal counterparts, to ratify as quickly as possible, given the challenges faced by BC families where there is someone who owes money, lives in another jurisdiction, and also families internationally where there's somebody in British Columbia that owes them money under a support agreement, to make sure that families are looked after and that those court orders are respected.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. One last question on that front. Is the attorney aware of any work that would be required at the provincial level on the part of British Columbia that would delay or preclude the filing of ratification documents to breathe life into the Hague Convention within this part of Canada? Any reason that couldn't be done prior to the end of the calendar year? Recognizing it's not the attorney's call, he can't direct the federal government to do that, but the work here in British Columbia will have been completed and would afford the federal government an opportunity to do that if they so wished.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the member is right. This will depend on federal government timing. But there are two significant pieces of provincial work. One is the regulations, as I mentioned, that are required by Bill 8, needed to bring this into force. The other is something called the Interjurisdictional Support Service, which is a service that exists in the Ministry of Attorney General through the Maintenance and Enforcement Locate Service branch of Justice Services branch. They are responsible for maintaining a system under the current Act for interjurisdictional support orders. They will need to update their system. They are the central authority that's talked about in the Hague Convention and in these amendments. And so they will be our central authority. Because they are our central authority, they will be the ones receiving international documents and transmitting documents internationally. They have to upgrade their systems to do that. I'm advised, that is the best understanding of staff, that that would not delay us if there were an implementation date and we were targeting the end of the year, that we would be able to do that. Now, anytime someone mentions systems and computers, I always get a little bit nervous about firm dates, but it'll give the member a point in time update that at this point in time, our understanding is that those changes could be in that system by the end of the year, and they would be able to do this work. With the 3-month waiting period in the federal government ratification process, that work is happening right now in British Columbia to prepare for it, so we think we should be well in hand for when the feds are ready.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. And the regulations, the preparation and drafting of the regulations the attorney referred to, are those contemplated in this legislation under Clause 10, is that correct?
Minister?
Yes.
Member.
And then the reference to the Interjurisdictional Support Services branch, which is a branch within within the Justice Ministry. I'm going to ask this question to try and invite the attorney to give us a bit of a sense of when this is eventually all up and running, how this is going to work practically, and we may come back to that in a few moments. So right now we have an understanding amongst the Canadian jurisdictions for the mutual enforcement, registration, and enforcement of orders, and we have a national organization for that, which, as I understand it, represents the central authority that the attorney referred to a moment ago, and is contemplated under the convention. And I guess what I'm trying to ascertain is if I'm a mother in a country in the EU, and I only pick that example because there's lots of countries in the EU that are signatories, and I have located a debtor father in British Columbia, and I'm going to file the order that I have got in my country. Do I file, does this work right? Do I file with the central authority, the central Canadian authority, or do I file with the court in our case, British Columbia, or the court in Alberta, or the court in Ontario? How does that work practically for the person seeking to enforce the order?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this system is predicated on, you've already got an order in hand that you're trying to enforce in your local jurisdiction. So this mom who's in the EU would go in her home country to the central authority, whatever that country is designated as the central authority. They would have a form that she would fill out, including the details of the order. She would file that with her local authority that would transmit it to BC's central authority. Now, an important point in Canada is that each province and territory has their own central authority, and British Columbia will use the same central authority that we've been using for the Interjurisdictional Support Orders Act, which is our provincial interjurisdictional support service. So they will receive that transmission from this European Union country and receive the order here in British Columbia. In the reverse situation, where the mother is in British Columbia, would go to the Interjurisdictional Support Service as our central authority. They would advise her to fill out this form, and that would be what was transmitted to the central authority in the other country where the debtor was located.
Member.
Okay, that's actually very helpful, and if I misunderstood, so the good news is, on the surface at least, it looks like that person in the European jurisdiction isn't obliged to travel, retain counsel. That seems to be the intention, and vice versa. The person, the parent, the custodial parent in British Columbia doesn't incur the expense of having to retain counsel or find a way to register documents at a court in Europe. The one thing I was unclear on, once that, to use carry on with my example, the custodial parent in the country in Europe submits the documents to the central authority there. Do the documents go directly from there to the BC branch of the Canadian Central Authority, or do they go via the Central Authority, who then transmits them? And if there is that role for the Central Authority, who do they have a reviewing function to ensure that the documents are in order, and who fulfills that reviewing function?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think the member for in his second reading speech laying out some of these areas of interest, because it allows staff to prepare helpful answers for me to read into the record. Thank you, Daryl, and your team for providing this helpful step-by-step process. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the member through two scenarios. One is where there's a court order, a family order, support order that's made in some third country that's trying to be enforced in BC, and also what would happen in a BC order that's trying to be enforced somewhere else. So I'll start with an order made somewhere else that's attempted to be enforced in BC through this new process. So the folks at BC Central Authority will receive an application from that third country asking BC to recognize and enforce a support order that was made in that state. Once they get that application, they're going to check the application for completeness, and they're going to do an information search, if appropriate, to confirm the location in BC of the party that's named in the application. Now, the authority for that is in Part 11 of the Family Law Act, which allows the Central Authority to make a request to a search officer to find that individual. The Central Authority also converts the amount of the support in the foreign order into Canadian dollars and sends that order to a BC court to be registered. Once it's registered in a BC court, the court registry will notify the BC party that their foreign order has been registered. So that's the debtor, the local person in British Columbia, suddenly gets a notice that says there's been an order that's been registered here in BC. Now, if that person, the debtor, wants to dispute the registration, they have 30 days to apply to the BC court to challenge the registration on one or more grounds that are set out in the Interjurisdictional Support Orders Act. When it's registered in the court, the foreign order then has the same effect as a support order that's made by a BC court, which means it will be enrolled with the Family Maintenance Agency for collection. The Family Maintenance Agency receives, records, and sends any payments collected from the BC payor to the Central Authority in the contracting state where the recipient resides for disbursement to the recipient. And now the reverse situation. The member has asked me to pause there and clarify some things, and then we'll go into the second scenario.
Member?
Thanks. I'm obliged to the attorney. The reason I suggested we stop there is because the reverse scenario, there's a lot more outside of the control of the BC authority when the order is going the other way. So I will focus on the first example, which I think is of even great, well, they're both relevant, but this one involves way more people in BC. I just want to make sure I understood when the attorney was referring to the central authority then registering the order with the BC court. Is that the national central authority, or because I have been using that term in reference to this national coordinating body, but it seems that the attorney may have been referring to a central authority within British Columbia.
Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think there might be a bit of a disconnect there. So the central authority in this convention, in this bill, and generally is in British Columbia, and it is our central authority. I'm advised by staff there will be a national central authority, but limited to Divorce Act applications, and people would still deal with the BC central authority for people located in British Columbia. So it's more helpful to think of it as a BC institution that is enabled by this international process. So it will be staffed by BC government officials and so on, and everything will be dealt with in BC. I think that might clarify for the member where we're disconnecting.
Member?
Yes, it does, Honourable Chair. Thank you. So the foreign maintenance order, and of course all of this is predicated on the fact that both British Columbia, Canada, and this other country are signatories and have ratified and are fully part of the Hague Convention. So we'll take that as a given for the purpose of our conversation. So the foreign order comes in, it's filed or it's sent to this central authority within British Columbia that I presume will be housed or is housed now within the Justice Ministry, and then that's going to trigger some work on their part, which the attorney summarized in part. He talked about I guess there's a review of the documentation to ensure that it's in order and complies with the provisions of the convention, and then there is a notification of the debtor. I'm curious, and I suppose ultimately custodial parents will be curious, and the attorney knows this from his work prior to being in this place and his experience, and obviously his work as the attorney. Debtors sometimes can be expend great deals of energy to avoid to avoid receiving the documentation and meeting their obligations. Again, these are more practical questions. What does the attorney see as the degree to which the central authority is going to take steps to locate this person, this debtor? What are the obligations under the convention for the central authority within BC to take action in that regard?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So domestically, we have search officers that work with the Maintenance, Enforcement and Locate Services branch of the Justice Services branch. And they support the Family Maintenance Agency in finding and enforcing judgments for people who are located in British Columbia. This same service will be offered to international people who register their orders through this process. So the central authority's search to find the person will be the same as is done for domestic debtors and creditors in the family law system. These search officers have authority under Part 11 of the Family Law Act to do these searches. They're very good at their work. And if the person's in BC, they're usually quite good at finding them. And the same process would be followed for enforcing these kinds of debts under the Family Maintenance Agency as are done domestically in relation to support debts. So that one of the commitments that Canada made and will make in ratifying the convention, and that we make through this legislation in ratifying it, is that we will make best efforts to locate people, to serve them, and to ensure that enforcement is effective in British Columbia.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. And again, that is exceedingly helpful to get a sense of how this is going to work practically. Order comes in to the BC Central Authority, reviews the documentation, and then it sounds like it gets passed along to the Family Maintenance Enforcement Program for enforcement. If that's so, if I've got that essentially correct, the attorney can tell me that. So the next question I'm going to ask is based on observations that are admittedly perhaps a bit dated, and if the attorney wants to reassure me that this is not any longer the case, but I will say it this way. Family Maintenance Enforcement Program has a lot of files, and they have to make decisions about prioritizing those files. And I will say an observation I used to make is that the files that got the most attention were the ones where, as a result of a debtor, non-custodial parent not fulfilling their maintenance obligations, was triggering a need by the province of British Columbia to step in and provide assistance to the custodial parent. If I've said that clumsily, perhaps, but I think the attorney probably gets my drift, that the incentive on the part of the program was to deal in circumstances where people were collecting assistance when they might not otherwise have to, if the non-custodial parent were fulfilling their maintenance obligations. I mean, this is all speculative now. We're probably still sounds like not just months, but probably a few years away from this being fully operational in BC. But is the attorney satisfied that these orders, by definition, foreign orders, will receive the attention they require within the admittedly difficult circumstances that agencies like Family Maintenance Enforcement find? They're busy and they have lots of files. And then I guess the question that follows from that, I take it there's nothing to preclude someone from a foreign jurisdiction who has filed the order to come over and assist in terms of trying to identify assets or provide information to a Family Maintenance Enforcement agency that says, here's where I think you can go to look, and here's the steps that I think you can take to follow through with the enforcement of these orders. So really two questions there, I guess.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the member at the beginning of his question asked whether I could confirm whether his understanding was right, and it is correct. For the second part of his question, he asked about prioritization within the Family Maintenance Enforcement Agency. I can advise the member that to the best of our knowledge, there is no policy that would prioritize someone who's living on assistance or somebody else that is facing a situation where somebody owes them child support. Now, this is a human enterprise, and I can imagine as an officer working in the Family Maintenance Agency that you've got someone that's in dire financial straits or living on welfare because their partner is not paying child support. You may feel moved to put some extra energy into it, or something. I'm just speculating, I don't know. But I can advise the member to the best of my knowledge there is no such policy. But perhaps it might be helpful for the member to know that this international system is working today in British Columbia, where we have these bilateral agreements with other countries. And this will hopefully fit into that larger piece. So when you look at the entire world outside of British Columbia, we have coming into BC from outside British Columbia, the United States, a net inflow of $1.3 million, and internationally a net inflow of $650,000 change. That net maybe conceals a little bit that there are flows going back and forth. So inflow to British Columbia from the United States is $2.295 million. Outflow from BC to the United States is $986,000 and change. And then internationally, inflows to BC, $791,000, and outflow from BC, $139,000. That collection period is 2020-21. And so it shows that there's money going back and forth. The system is working. The numbers, understandably, flowing into British Columbia from the rest of the world are bigger because there are just more places. And the money flowing out from BC, about a 2-to-1 USA to inflow to BC compared to outflow, and about 4-to-1 international inflows to outflows ratio. So this system is working and it is collecting. Now the member asked a third part to his question, and I confess that he hit our capacity at 2. So the member will have to repeat that question.
Member?
Sorry, I didn't hear the last part that the attorney said.
Minister.
Is the member pulling my leg? I said that I didn't hear the last part of the member's question. So we're going around and around here. I'm hopeful that he would repeat the third part of his question because I missed it.
Member.
I'm going to have to think about the third question I asked. While I do that, I think the attorney meant to convey that we can learn a lot about how this broader global system is going to work by looking at the system that is in place bilaterally with a few countries, and he's nodding and indicating that's the case. Is those bilateral agreements, do they roughly equate with, and I think what I'm trying to get at here is this idea that it sure sounds good, and when we get to the other example about the British Columbia parent filing elsewhere, that someone need not come to the jurisdiction where the debtor is and incur all of the expense of getting there and figuring out who to talk to, and can just file these documents and rely upon an enforcement mechanism within the jurisdiction to do the rest, as it were. Is that a fair description of the bilateral mechanism that's in place? And is that a pretty good indication of how one hopes this broader global system is going to work?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the agency that will do the work within the Ministry of Attorney General is the same. The central authority is the same for the bilateral as it will be for this Hague Convention piece. The process is very similar. There's a central authority in British Columbia. There's one in the third country where somebody goes to and they file and they transmit the documents. So that process is very similar. What this does is this opens a much larger, I don't want to overstate it. It opens a larger number of countries to British Columbians for this kind of enforcement work to take place. It will depend, I think if I'm taking the member's point, it will depend on the infrastructure in other countries for British Columbians to enforce those orders in those countries that they obtain in British Columbia, in, say, Albania. And so there is a degree of trust that's required that all countries participating will do best efforts. Certainly for BC, we can say that that person from Albania that's transmitting that order over to British Columbia will get the same service that a British Columbian would get in relation to a domestic claim of family support that's owing. And for British Columbians, I guess that's really the best we can ask, is that you would get the same treatment as an Albanian would get that had a domestic claim in that country. So that's the effort here, is to expand the world of the countries that we're working with, not to dramatically reform the interjurisdictional support order process. It will be very similar.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair, and that is helpful clarification. I presume, but I might as well ask, as the network of nations involved grows and the numbers of orders coming into the jurisdiction for enforcement grows, the terms of the convention say that the jurisdiction, Canada, and in this case British Columbia, will absorb the costs associated with enforcing those orders as they do domestic orders. There's no provision, contemplation within the convention, and I suppose I should ask the attorney, no intention on the part of the province of British Columbia to collect an additional fee for that work, and maybe I should ask, is that even precluded under the terms of the convention?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll have to check on that issue of whether the convention itself precludes such activity, but it is not our intention to charge any fee like that to cost recovery mechanism.
Member.
Thanks. Probably a good segue then into the second example, and I think the attorney has answered a lot of those questions that flow from the second example of the British Columbia parent who is now seeking to enforce an order elsewhere in the world. I presume the short answer is that everything the attorney has described about the situation that would exist and the procedure that would be followed in British Columbia is intended to reciprocate in another country. But I cut him off as he was about to enlighten us, so I'll encourage him to continue.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is the steps that would be taken to recognize and enforce a decision made in British Columbia in relation to family maintenance that relates to somebody who lives in another one of the contracting states to the convention. A BC recipient, having received an order from the court, enrolls in, just as they would for if the debtor was another British Columbian, enrolls in the Family Maintenance Agency program to have that support order enforced. And they just indicate that the payor lives in another contracting state and that arrears are owed. The Family Maintenance Agency will open a file. They'll set up a payment schedule according to the terms of the support order and calculate the arrears amount that's owing. They will note where the payor lives and confirms, if necessary, that the payor is in the other contracting state. Now, that can be confirmed through a request for a search by a search officer. We've talked about that search officer that's located here in British Columbia under the authority of the Family Law Act, or it could be done through the central authority in the contracting state where the payor is believed to be. The Family Maintenance Agency then prepares an enforcement application using the proper convention forms. These documents will be a statement of arrears, if necessary, a copy of the BC support order, and any necessary translations into the official language of the other country. They will send those materials to the central authority in the contracting state where the payor lives. Once it's received, the central authority in that country will process the Family Maintenance Agency's documents in accordance with domestic procedures and rules. That collection of support payments in that country will be carried out under their domestic law. Any payments that are collected by that country, by the central authority of that country, are forwarded to the Family Maintenance Agency for disbursement to the recipient in British Columbia. The Family Maintenance Agency receives and records payments and will ultimately disperse them to the BC recipient.
Member.
Following up on the question, and the attorney may give me the same answer, which is he and his officials may need to check. But in that procedure that he's mentioned, it'd be curious to know whether the foreign country doing the collection work is precluded from subtracting a processing fee for the funds collected for the parent and child located in British Columbia. But I understand that we can check that and get the get confirmation of that. I'm sure the attorney, and this is true of either example, but let's take the example where we have a British Columbian custodial parent, child in BC, has received an order seeking to enforce it. Does the convention contemplate enforcement in circumstances where the location of the debtor is not known for certain, but the location of some of the debtor's assets are? Can collection take place where a debtor has made himself or herself scarce, but for example in the case of real property assets, those assets are obviously identifiable and locatable?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the specific situation will depend on the domestic law of the other country, and the easiest way is to think about it by analogy to British Columbia. If there was a notice received, transmitted to British Columbia, the debtor had assets in British Columbia, you could have a situation where there were attempts at service and it was unsuccessful. You could get a substitute service order and you could collect against those assets, even without knowing whether or not the person has received service. We suspect that most countries that are adhering to this convention have similar processes. So in most situations where there's an asset that's known to the creditor and they're pursuing it in the third country, that country will have processes for notice and service and will allow for substitute service where required. But it will depend on the domestic law of the other country.
Member.
Right, and I mean, I think ultimately that is the answer, where hopefully some of the frustration we've seen in the past might be overcome. Well, look, I wanted to ask a question. I was told by the helpful staff that provided the briefing that there are 43 countries that are signatories to the convention. At this point, 26 of them being EU countries. And I'm not going to ask for a listing. I am going to ask this, though, and I'm not sure if there's data on this as it relates to circumstances in which children in British Columbia are supposed to be receiving maintenance, they do not, and the parent with that obligation to provide that maintenance has left the jurisdiction. Do we have any data at all on particular parts of the world, particular countries where there are above average? I mean, in terms of the inflow and outflow of people into British Columbia, and I think I'm trying to find a way to ask the attorney: are there countries that are not yet signatories to this agreement that it would be really helpful if they were to become signatories, because a lot of the cases that arise out of British Columbia involve those countries, and I don't know if that data exists.
Minister.
Madam Chair, and thanks to the member for the question. First of all, I don't understand that there are any statistics of countries that are both, we don't have a bilateral agreement with them, and they're not contracting states. How many matters do BC families have that might fall in the jurisdiction of those countries? Just don't have that information for the member. But I can advise the member that where there are countries with a significant number of matters, BC has worked to establish that they are bilateral reciprocating jurisdictions. There are many, and the nice part about this work is that the bilateral countries that we have agreements with tend to be our top international partners where there are issues. So in the United States, intuitively, is the biggest jurisdiction where there are people living cross-border. Within the United States, Washington State is our biggest reciprocal partner, obviously, very close geographically, with total funds in the 2020-21 collection period of $884,193. Our top international bilateral partners are the United Kingdom, Australia, and Germany in that order. It drops off very quickly, so Germany is our third top international partner. There's $82,971 of total funds for Germany. For those countries that have ratified the convention, that will, where we will see an immediate impact for BC families and the volume of that impact, there are a number of them. The total is 17 countries with British Columbians who are seeking to enforce judgments, but they have not been able to because we're not ratified. There are 35 files among those 17 countries, and the total arrears outstanding is $3.6 million and change. The largest of these countries is France, Netherlands, and Brazil, 1, 2, and 3, with 4 files each. France, $120,000 in arrears outstanding. Netherlands, $877,000 outstanding, 4 matters. And Brazil, $47,000 outstanding on 4 files. We do have 2 files in Ireland worth a total of $830,497. We have 1 file in Turkey that's worth a total of $286,827. So some of these can be quite significant for families and will be once this is ratified.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. The 2 most populous countries in the world are ones with whom Canada and British Columbia have extensive trade and cultural relationships. I'm thinking of China and India. Are either China or India signatories or poised to become signatories to the Hague Convention?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Neither of those countries have signed the convention.
Member?
And any indication from the work taking place nationally about prospects for either of those jurisdictions joining the convention? I don't expect the attorney and his able advisor to be on top of what negotiations may or may not be taking place this week or last month even, but it strikes me that it would be, these are jurisdictions with which we have regular contact. Any intel on whether or not there is a willingness on either of those 2 countries to sign on to the convention?
Minister?
No, Madam Chair, we don't have any information on that, but I can advise the member that we do have bilateral agreements with Hong Kong and with Singapore for those families with relatives or, with debtors that live in those jurisdictions, although they are not currently signatories or indicating that they are going to be signatories of the convention.
Member?
Thanks, Honourable Chair. The attorney may not know this, or his assistant. India, I think, is a signatory to the Hague Convention on adoption. So there is some, there has been some willingness in the past. They're not a signatory to this one yet.
Minister?
I'll take the member's advice on that. The federal government tends to lead on international adoption convention standards.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. And it has been helpful to have that conversation about sort of the practical workings, how one hopes this is going to operate to the benefit of people who generally find themselves in difficult circumstances, and children who are entitled, as the convention makes clear, premised on the the belief that children are entitled to be looked after by their parents and their obligations that come with parenting. I have a few questions that are, not many, that are just directly relevant to Section 1, and I'll try to go through them quickly. In Section 1, there are some amendments to definitions. The definition under convention with respect to international recovery of child support speaks of any declarations or reservations made under the convention by the Government of Canada in respect of BC, and I read the reference in the convention. I suspect there are none at this point. There are no declarations or reservations, but the attorney can confirm that.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's our understanding that Canada is likely to make declarations under 2 articles and a reservation under 1. The first declaration we anticipate would be made under Article 2 on behalf of British Columbia, and that would do 3 things. It would extend the scope of the convention to include child support obligations for children over the age of 21 in the situation where the child is unable to withdraw from their parents' care by reason of illness, disability, or other case which is in accordance with our domestic BC family law. The second and third items are with regard to spousal support. It will specify that applications involving spousal support apply equally to support obligations arising out of the breakdown of marriage or an unmarried spousal relationship between same and opposite sex persons under federal and BC law, and extend the convention's scope to claims for spousal support only. Also, we anticipate that Canada will make a declaration under Article 30, Sub 7, to require all applications for the recognition and enforcement of child support agreements to be made through central authorities rather than directly through the courts. Under reservations, it is anticipated that Canada will make a reservation under Article 20 on behalf of British Columbia that will not require the recognition and enforcement in BC of decisions made in another contracting state if the decision is based on the fact only that, first, the person who is owed support under a decision was habitually resident in the state when proceedings were brought against them, or 2, the parties agreed to the use of the contracting state for proceedings, or 3, the decision was made by an authority exercising jurisdiction because of a, quote, matter of personal status or parental responsibility, unquote, related to a party, for example, based on the nationality of a party. Any declarations and reservations will be added into Schedule 2 by the OIC.
Member?
Thanks, Honourable Chair, and that's helpful in terms of the few articles that I wanted to ask the attorney about. But before we get to that, further, well, those are the declarations and reservations that the attorney and the government expect and anticipate, and they would be made at the time the ratification documents are submitted? Is that the sequencing?
Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. These are the ones that we anticipate making at the time of filing. There is the opportunity after filing to make other declarations or reservations. These are the ones that we anticipate would be made on the initial filing.
Member.
And are they made on the initiative of the federal government, or does the attorney, and more particularly his staff and the central authority here, prepare those and say these are the declarations and the reservations that we request as the central authority, British Columbia?
Minister.
We do cooperate on these matters, Madam Chair, as the member might anticipate, but it is the federal government that has to request that, as that is their jurisdiction, the international relations and conventions like this.
Member.
So further down in Section 1, the definition of support order, sub A refers to orders made by a court or by an administrative body that requires the payment of support. So I was trying to think about what the attorney may have contemplated here in terms of administrative bodies beyond orders of the Family Court or orders of the Supreme Court of British Columbia. What would I suspect the term was chosen deliberately. What else? Where else would orders perhaps come from that would be captured by the enforcement proceedings here?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So an example of an administrative body is in Australia. They have an administrative service that calculates child support that can generate an order. And so that's an example. There are certainly possible that tribunals in other jurisdictions could generate an order, a tribunal other than a court. It's important to recognize that this definition of an order needs to incorporate the origin of the international order, not just what happens in British Columbia. We don't have a tribunal that could generate an order like this, but internationally there are. And one other piece I want to note is that this isn't a change to the Interjurisdictional Support Order Act. That wording was present in the previous version of the Act as well, so it's a continuation of that policy brought into the Hague Convention contracting estates.
Member?
Thanks. Might it include, though, an order, I'm trying to think back again practically, where the Family Maintenance Enforcement Agency varies. They don't vary the court order, but they might vary a payment schedule. Would that qualify as an order by an administrative body?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, the Family Maintenance Agency doesn't generate orders. They enforce those orders on behalf of the court. Well, on behalf of the parties, but the orders come from the courts.
Member?
Thanks. The section right below that refers to Article Article 19. And I guess my question within the meaning of the definition, the new definition contemplated here, is that a reference to a separation agreement? Is that what that what that is intended to capture?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This convention uses the word decision instead of order. And so that's why this amendment, they mean order, among other things, but that's not included in our current statute, so we need to put that word that the convention uses into our definition of an order in order to capture it so that it's consistent between the two. What the member is thinking of is subsection C, the maintenance arrangement. That would be the agreement that he was asking about. So B isn't meant to B is meant to incorporate the language of the convention. C is meant to incorporate agreements that might be entered into between two separating spouses or parents.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. That makes sense to me. I was when I looked at Article 19, I saw the reference to the term decision also includes a settlement or agreement concluded before or approved by such an authority. I guess that's the distinction between a negotiated settlement and agreement and a settlement that flows out of a dispute before the courts. Is that the distinction between the two?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there will be a bit of overlap, I guess, between these pieces because the effort here is to really capture everything that might be contemplated in these pieces so that they can be enforced. It is the intention here of the drafters when they say maintenance arrangement to refer to those kinds of agreements that people reach about mutual support in the event of the need to support a child in this way. And a decision, I think the member's nuance is probably a good way to think about it, that something that would be entered in a court, that would be enforced by a court, but it starts to break down when you get too far down the path because the intent here was to have a bit of overlap between the two so that nothing fell in between and that there were no gaps. That's the intention here. But just to be completely clear, the intention was around C in maintenance arrangement to refer to those types of agreements.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. And so the idea there is in the same way that within British Columbia and Canada you can negotiate a maintenance agreement, a settlement agreement, ultimately register it with the court. You could do the same thing here and have that then applied in the foreign jurisdiction and enforced as if it is an order of their court because it is an order of our court.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The member is right. We know what we do here, but we don't know exactly how things play out in other places, so we're trying to be as complete as possible in this definition.
Member.
Final point on this. So what we're trying to achieve and convey is there's no disincentive to try and negotiate an agreement. We wouldn't want people to be left with the impression that, oh my goodness, you better follow through on your judicial proceedings because a negotiated agreement somehow won't receive the same level of enforcement as an order flowing from a judicial proceeding.
Attorney General.
Yes, that's exactly right, Madam Chair. And that also feeds into why we anticipate Canada to be making a declaration under Article 30, Sub 7, to require applications for recognition and enforcement of child support agreements to be made through central authorities, not just court judgments, so that they're treated in a similar way.
Shall Clause 1 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 2 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 3 pass? Aye. Member.
I want to assure the attorney and the members of the committee, I don't want to go through I'm not going to go through the convention clause by clause or article by article. There were 3 or 4 that captured my attention that I thought it would be worthwhile to have the attorney address, and so I thought I would do that as part of Section 3, which refers specifically to the Hague Convention. Oh, hang on. Let me start, and I think the attorney has already answered my question with respect to Article 2, which related to on the surface, the convention applies to persons under 21 years of age, but the attorney has pointed out that we anticipate Canada filing a declaration that would extend the provisions beyond that. And I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember whether that declaration was going to include language about circumstances in which maintenance obligations would continue beyond 21 years of age.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The member's right. So in British Columbia domestic law, child support obligations can continue for a child over the age of 21 where the child is unable to withdraw from their parents' care by reason of illness, disability, or other case. And so that is why the declaration under Article 2, we anticipate, would extend the scope of the convention to include similar child support obligations, so that the convention is consistent with our domestic law here in British Columbia.
Member.
And the declaration is made pursuant to number 3 of Article 2, is that correct?
Attorney General. Member.
Article 3 refers to a debtor, meaning an individual who owes or who is alleged to owe maintenance. This might be a bit obscure, but can a debtor be a government agency? If we've had examples here in the past of suggestions or circumstances where children in the care of government may or may not have received benefits to which they're entitled, and subsequently action is commenced and there's an order obtained for payment of those benefits. Can a debtor be a government?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there are a couple of hurdles to what the member puts forward as a possible scenario in terms of enforcement under the convention. The first is that the convention is meant to deal with civil law as opposed to public law. So you'd have to overcome that hurdle in terms of a government's obligations, which typically tend to be more considered public law. And when we look at our own British Columbia example, the obligations of child support flow to a guardian or a parent in their individual capacity. And so you couldn't, in BC anyway, have those kinds of obligations flowing to government or a company. You know, we can't rule out that maybe there's some scenario in a contracting country that ratifies the convention where they would create such a judgment, but it seems to be quite distant from the intent of the convention, and it's hard to, given the civil law focus of the convention, it's hard to conceive the scenario that might allow that to arise when we look at our own domestic rules here in British Columbia.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Well, as I think through the scenarios, I have my own difficulties trying to imagine a circumstance in which it would be necessary to enforce an order in a jurisdiction against against that government. If I can think of a compelling one, we'll come back to it. But I for the moment, I cannot. Let's go to Article 10, and I think these are practical. As I was trying to think of examples in which the convention is going to be brought into use. So these are the kinds of applications that a creditor, so when I say creditor, I'm going to, for the purpose of my question, refer to a custodial parent who is bringing applications on behalf of a child. So when I read this, what this suggests to me is that that creditor parent acting on behalf of the child could come into British Columbia and, amongst other things, seek an order or an order compelling a paternity test. Is that under one sub C? Am I reading that correctly?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm advised that somebody in a third country could go to their central authority and file an application for child support that required some establishment of paternity. In British Columbia, we have that process under our Family Law Act, where a court could theoretically order, now there are presumptions and there's restrictions on the ability to order, but there is the ability to order a paternity test in some circumstances in relation to resolving whether or not a person owes child support. And so it works the same way. That a person in a third country would go to their central authority, that application would be transmitted to British Columbia, would be entered in British Columbia, but it would be decided by the court whether or not the paternity test would be allowed. It wouldn't be as a matter of course that you could just get that, or you could just require somebody else to do that.
Member.
Okay, I'll just take a moment on this because I'm not sure I understand. The term the convention uses is where a creditor is seeking to recover maintenance. So it's someone who has received an order in another jurisdiction, as the attorney has mentioned, takes that order, files it with their central authority, it gets transferred over here. But somewhere along the line, someone is contemplating a scenario in which it may be necessary for the, in our case, BC court to make an order establishing parentage. So when would that, and I'm also a bit confused, if it's then an order of the court, who's appearing? Who's appearing in those proceedings? Because there's no one, the other person is in another country, and so I'm not sure I understood how that operates.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the scenarios I ran through with the member about what happens when somebody's trying to enforce a decision made in BC or enforce a court order that's made in a third country, those scenarios were based on the fact that the order had been made. But there are scenarios where There may not be an order in place. There's just an allegation that somebody in British Columbia, for example, owes child support. It is possible under Article 10 and sub C of Article 10 talks about establishing a decision where there's no existing decision. So it is possible for somebody to go to their central authority in the third country, provide all the materials and the necessary forms, which are then transmitted to British Columbia, and then filed with the court, and notice is provided to the person who lives in British Columbia that this person is seeking an order against them for child support. And that person has the ability, who served in British Columbia, can appear in court, has the ability to appear in court. Similarly, the person in the third country has the ability to come to British Columbia and appear in court if they want to, but they don't have to. In fact, the convention says that they don't have to come. But the court may say, you know, we need more information, and then it goes back through the central authorities to get additional information to clarify things. And the court in British Columbia theoretically could order a paternity test or a way of confirming the paternity as part of that determination of whether maintenance is owed. So we went through, and it's much, and they're good examples because they're much more straightforward, that the order is already created either in British Columbia or in the reciprocating jurisdiction. But it is possible for somebody to forward that information through their central authority to British Columbia Central Authority, have it filed in court, and have a judge in British Columbia make a determination around child support, even where no order already exists.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. So is that a provision, I mean, the attorney didn't negotiate the and draft the convention, so I think we're just trying to explore what was intended in this document that we are now signing on to. Is this a scenario in which, well, we, in this case, it would be a mother in a foreign country who has not been able to establish parentage on the part of the father in that jurisdiction. The father is believed to be in, or the alleged father is thought to be in British Columbia, and now needs a mechanism by which they can secure an order compelling that person in British Columbia, that man in British Columbia, to submit to a DNA test or a parentage test. And is that the likely scenario by which this would be applied?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's not the convention that creates the ability for the BC courts to order that parentage test. That's under the Family Law Act in British Columbia. The convention conveys those same essentially procedures in a process of confirming an obligation of child support to somebody in a third country that they can access through these central authorities, if that makes sense. So it essentially treats that person from a third country like somebody who is in British Columbia for the purposes of the court application. They still have to overcome the burden of proof to the court that this is not an invasion of the person's privacy, that it is a proper and right thing that this be done in order to establish parentage, that there's some reason to believe that this is the parent of the child. So all those things, and the court is the safeguard around that. But essentially, yes, the member is correct. That is the most likely scenario. There's somebody in a third country, a mother in a third country that's a convention, has signed on to the convention, and she believes that the father is in British Columbia and files that application through the central authority in her home country to British Columbia, and then that gets filed in our court here, and the court makes a determination about whether or not a parentage test is required as part of the determination of whether or not child support is owed.
Member.
Right. Final point on this then. It's, and it was informative what the attorney said. This is then not really in this specific example, it's not really some kind of an expedited process, and it's difficult for me actually to imagine how that application could be brought without the direct involvement of the mother making the allegation, unless what we're saying is we contemplate a process in which all of the documents could be compiled in the foreign country, transmitted through to her central authority to BC's central authority, and the application would happen on that basis. But as the attorneys pointed out, it's a fairly onerous threshold, and I'm just not sure who is going to make that application on behalf of that woman. It doesn't sound to me like this is intended to be some kind of an expedited process. She's going to probably have to come here and make the application.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I imagine that the member and I both can picture a scenario where it would be much faster and easier if the person hired a lawyer in British Columbia to bring a domestic application to the court and had representation on the ground that was doing those kinds of things. And that may be true. But this is meant to not leave people without any available remedy. This is meant to provide a floor, essentially, to the level of minimum legal service we're going to guarantee to other contracting states, which is that you go to your central authority with all of the key documents. They will assist you in translating them and transmitting them over to British Columbia. And for our part, we will put them in front of our courts. And if the court wants more information, they're going to send it back to our central authority, and we'll communicate that to you, and we'll go back and forth until either it's dismissed or resolved that the court will make the necessary order. So it provides another avenue. It's not, as the member asked, I don't think the intention is that this is some sort of expedited process. This is a minimum standard of enforcement of family support, international family support obligations, and part of that, unfortunately, sometimes involves determination of parentage to determine whether or not family maintenance is owed or alleged to be owed, to determine whether support is owed. And so I don't think it is in some cases, I think, probably expedited when you have an order in hand, as opposed to having to travel to British Columbia and file the thing yourself in the registry and make the appearance in court. But for situations like this, I think we can imagine scenarios that are more efficient.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Okay, all of that is helpful, and I guess it tells us that at some point in the future, this may be a task that falls to the BC Central Authority. I've forgotten the term we use, reciprocal enforcement agency within the ministry that may have to devote some resources to following through. In the same article, 1 sub E and F, I keyed in on those because what they suggest to me is that the way the convention is designed to apply and the way we intend to apply it is that a creditor will have the opportunity to modify a maintenance order. But that same right, subject to an article that comes along a bit later, that same right doesn't exist for the debtor. So I guess the essence of my question is, once the order has been submitted to the central authority in the third in the other country, it comes to BC, it's brought before it's registered with the court for enforcement. It doesn't seem, under this provision, at least under this article, although there's a subsequent article we'll come to, that the debtor has the ability to come before the court and seek modification or change to that order. Have I got that essentially correct?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the following subsection 2, the easiest way to think about 1 and 2 are the categories of application for subsection 1 are for creditors, and for subsection 2 of Article 10 are categories of application available to debtors. And the member under subsection 2 will see that debtors have available to them under 2 sub B and C modification of a decision made in the requested state and modification of a decision made in a state other than the requested state. So it's meant, I think, by the drafters of Article 10 to be the mirror of the creditors' categories of application in subsection 1, E and F.
Member.
Right, thank you, actually. And how does that, how do those provisions operate? I'm now looking at Article 18, where the title is Limit on Proceedings, seems to place a limitation on the ability of the debtor to do certain things where the creditor is resident in the state where the decision was made. I presume this is designed to avoid a circumstance in which the debtor then starts to bring applications in BC while the creditor is in a third country or another country trying to enforce their order. Is that the essence of how the sections operate together?
Attorney General.
Yes, that's right, is to avoid a multiplicity of proceedings and jurisdictions. The effort is to identify one place where these proceedings should be taking place, and then enforcement being effected in both jurisdictions.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. We've, in our discussion today, we've talked about the hope that for custodial parents bringing applications on behalf of their children, that the convention operates to simplify the process and provide them with avenues to enforce beyond the borders of the place they live in a world that is increasingly mobile. People are increasingly mobile, and we've identified a couple of examples where it may be that seeking legal assistance beyond that offered by these procedures might be advantageous. Articles 14 through 16 talk about the provision of legal assistance to people, and the attorney's been attorney long enough to know the pressures that exist around the provision of legal aid services. I'm going to ask him to characterize for the committee what this means. My read of it suggests that there is an obligation, but it is an obligation that equates with what is provided domestically within the jurisdiction. But there is also a provision for a means test. But I'm going to ask the attorney to summarize. We are, in a sense, signing on to this document, and I think it's appropriate to ask the attorney what we're signing on to in terms of the provision of legal aid services to a foreigner in the circumstance that we're contemplating here.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the individuals were here, they would be able to access legal aid through Legal Aid BC or through legal clinics in the province. And the hope and certainly expectation in the convention is that if that people in other countries have access to that legal assistance that they require in those countries in order to be able to navigate these processes. So it's more of a reciprocal guarantee of minimum access, minimum effective access that we commitment that we make as signing on to this convention. And our expectation is that contracting states on the other side of the transaction will provide similar levels of support in their countries.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Okay, I agree in part, but I may not agree entirely. I read the provisions also to suggest that in circumstances where, and we use the example of the application for paternity test, I read the provisions to not just include a circumstance. Well, let's take a slightly different example. So I think the attorney is saying what a signatory jurisdiction is agreeing to is for the parent here in British Columbia that is trying to pursue a non-custodial parent in another country, that British Columbia would provide legal aid assistance to them to assist in the preparation of documents and the filing of documents. Okay, so that's one component of it. I also took it to mean that in circumstances where a custodial parent from another country was obliged to come to this jurisdiction to pursue a matter, an application of one of the sorts of applications contemplated in the convention, that there was also an obligation to provide legal aid assistance to that person who might not otherwise qualify because they wouldn't be Canadian, they wouldn't be British Columbian, they wouldn't be a resident here, and I'm not arguing for or against that. I'm just trying to establish that it is so. And then I suppose ultimately there seems to be a mechanism by which we could seek a declaration that be subject to a means test, which is I think what Article 16 says, that you are assuming an obligation, but you can limit that obligation pursuant to a means test. So if that's correct, maybe the attorney can indicate that is so. If he has any concerns about that. And then I guess thirdly, I shouldn't ask third questions because I keep forgetting what they are, but I think the third question would be, does he contemplate seeking a declaration to invoke a means test?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the vision here is that our central authority will provide much of the legal assistance that individuals will need to get their applications heard by the court, and that there won't be a freestanding legal aid required because it will all be administered through the central authority. With that said, people outside the country will still have access to legal assistance we make freely available, like legal information, and other types of assistances to British Columbians that are just produced by the government. But I don't think that's what the member is really asking about. He's asking essentially, will we have Legal Aid BC funding lawyers for international applicants in a situation where not every British Columbian gets access? The answer is no, that's not what we're expecting. We're expecting that assistance to be provided through the central authority and for British Columbians to enjoy the benefit of accessing resources through central authorities in other countries, which is why we're entering into this convention. But we will monitor it. I can see how you could easily read these provisions to require assistance above and beyond that. It's not our understanding of it, but if necessary, we would consider a declaration under Article 16, and we are not currently, though, considering such a thing.
Member.
Okay, I think that is a useful declaration, if you were, of the understanding and intentions around the provisions. Article 22, and I keyed on this one, Madam Chair, because we've talked about the procedure, and I think as we draw towards the end of this voyage of discovery, I think we have a far, at least I do, far better practical understanding of how these documents are going to flow. So this one I thought was interesting because it contemplates a scenario in which either the court or the central authority, and maybe the attorney can point out which, and when I say central authority, the BC Central Authority or the BC court says, actually, that's great, we got all these documents, no, we're not going to recognize it, and we're not going to enforce it. And it contemplates, the article contemplates some circumstances in which they would be justified in coming to that conclusion. Sub A, and I'll just put on the record and then the attorney can respond. Sub A struck me as one that maybe on the face of the documents, either the central authority or the court would say, well, no, this doesn't, there's too much missing stuff, or it doesn't make sense, or it's inconsistent, and we're not going to recognize and enforce. Some of the other ones that flow afterwards, it struck me, would require someone to plead these things, that someone, the debtor would have to plead fraud, or the debtor would have to plead that the order being introduced was obtained improperly. So I'm curious to know a little bit more about the circumstances in which within British Columbia, the Central Authority and/or the court would say, that's fine, we have a convention, but we're not going to recognize and enforce this order under those provisions for the following reasons.
Attorney General.
Madam Chair, the member's intuition is correct. These are indeed grounds that we would expect to see somebody showing up in court and arguing, either through pleadings or by appearance. And the mechanism for that is when somebody transmits their order over to the Central Authority. The Central Authority then registers it with the court, files it with the court, so that it can be recognized in British Columbia. The member will recall, we were talking earlier, there's a notice that goes out to the debtor, and that debtor has 30 days to appear, to file an appearance, and to make these types of arguments. This was obtained by fraud, this is incomplete, this is not correct for one reason or another, any of these grounds in Article 22. And so if they don't appear, like many court proceedings, if you don't appear, you run the risk of a default judgment, and that can happen here, but you do have that 30-day period to appear and make your arguments.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. And it sounds like, thank you, that's helpful. It sounds like from that answer, if I am that resident of British Columbia, that debtor, and I have received notice, as the attorney has described, I have available to me all of the provisions A, B, C, or D that I could argue, and E seems to be the one that I rather suspect we would hear more about, which is the one that says, well, I had no idea this was going on, and the jurisdiction from which this order derives is obliged to have informed me they didn't, and therefore it should not be accepted and it should not be enforced. Is that maybe that's a scenario that happens now in the bilaterals more than I would know. So is that a fanciful scenario, or is that one that we're likely to see from time to time?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm advised that that this is not a fanciful idea, that in fact this does happen on a regular or semi-regular basis within our existing bilateral agreements. And to the point that the expectation of staff would be that when they're receiving the transmission from the jurisdiction in question, that there would be notice materials included. This is how we notified the person of the hearing. This is how they were able to participate, but they didn't. If the court, in those materials, if they're filed, that the person shows up in the 30-day period to challenge the notice, The court says, okay, there's not enough information here for me to determine whether or not notice was properly given. There can be a request from the court for more information from the central authority, and then it would go back through, and that information would be provided through. And if it couldn't be, then there is a potential for that to be dismissed without recognizing the judgment in British Columbia. So the court provides that oversight role.
Member.
Again, helpful. Is the convention designed to operate in this way? However, is it so the documents come to the BC Central Authority, and there is, let us for the sake of this example, accept that there is something close to what we would call an affidavit of service that says the documents, the originating documents that gave rise to this order in Belgium were served upon this individual and such a date, and the affidavit to that effect. My overall reading of the convention is that the court here is entitled to rely upon that as being factual, that is determinative of the issue, and I'm not sure if it would be, if there's a mechanism for the debtor in that case to make an argument, no, that's just not correct, or whether the authority here and the court here is obliged to accept that under the terms of the convention as evidence that this person was notified and notified properly.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there's certainly an expectation among the central authorities that the documents being received and transmitted are, to the best of the knowledge of the central authority, accurate documents, not fraudulent documents or incorrect documents. So there is a certain level of reliance on that. It's certainly possible that a court receiving the documents transmitted through the central authorities would be inclined to give the benefit of the doubt to those documents in the absence of information otherwise, but it's equally plausible that a court would look at an affidavit of service from somewhere else and say, well, it doesn't tell me at all about this key piece of information, and so I need more information, or for this reason I'm concerned about the accuracy of this document, the dates seem inconsistent, and then that request for more information or clarification goes through the central authority in BC, back out to the third country, and then back through. So it's always available to the court to ask for more information or for clarification, or to dismiss the matter.
Member.
And flowing from that, the debtor, in our example, isn't precluded from making that assertion or that application or that request. And the answer to that request would not be, I'm sorry, under the convention, we do not have the authority to entertain that application.
Attorney General.
The member's correct. It doesn't bind the court. The court has their discretion, and they will review the application, and the judge will make that decision. They maintain their domestic jurisdiction, and we expect them to exercise it according with the evidence that's in front of them.
Member.
I wasn't proposing to go through any of the other individual articles. I got a couple of questions on 2.05. Just to put on the record, can the attorney, with the help of his official there, simply confirm the difference between the contracting state? What is a contracting state versus a reciprocating jurisdiction?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the member likely guessed, I'm advised that a contracting state is a state that has adhered to the Hague Convention that we're discussing, and a reciprocating jurisdiction is one that is caught under our existing arrangements or has agreed to our existing bilateral agreements under the International Support Orders Act.
Member.
2.07 refers to direct requests to a competent authority in British Columbia, and sub 1 of the legislation contemplates people making a direct request under Article 37. Can the attorney just describe a type of scenario where that would apply?
Attorney General.
Okay, this section is necessary because Article 37 of the Convention preserves the right of an individual in a contracting state to pursue a remedy that might not be available under the Convention. So an example is a situation where an individual is seeking a spousal support claim in British Columbia, but perhaps the contracting state where they live has not made the necessary declaration under the Convention to allow for spousal support applications to be brought in their country. So the lack of reciprocity means that the application can't be brought by the individual under the Convention, but simply because the Convention exists shouldn't block the individual from being able to go direct to British Columbia to get that order. So it's meant to, where the Convention is silent or where the state hasn't adopted that provision of the Convention, it still preserves the right to go directly to British Columbia for that application. It just maintains it maintains the rights that they would have had in the absence of the Convention.
Member.
Thanks. Is it also authority for the proposition that a party located outside of Canada and British Columbia doesn't have to avail themselves of the Convention? Can they initiate separate proceedings in British Columbia, or are they obliged now if their order is from a reciprocating contracting state, they're now obliged to use that mechanism?
Attorney General.
That's correct. If it is a reciprocating jurisdiction and that particular application is a reciprocated application, then yes, they are obliged to use the Convention. But if it's not, then they're able to go direct to access that remedy.
Member.
Okay, I'll just want to make sure I understand this. So I am the custodial parent with a child, and I have recently moved, taken my child to another country where I might not be that familiar with the legal framework in my new residence where I've got my child or my children and I are residing. I've left British Columbia. The non-custodial parent is here, but I've gone to a country that is a signatory and is a reciprocating party. If I have the means, which is saying something, but if I have the means, I might simply prefer to initiate my, I might wish to initiate my claim for maintenance and support for my children in British Columbia. And I don't think there's anything in the Convention that precludes me from doing that. If I wish to enforce an order that I've got in my new country, I think the attorney is saying that I must do so via the enforcement mechanisms of the Convention. But do I have the option of initiating my my claim for maintenance through the regular processes in BC?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We were just discussing it, and it seems like you could potentially go direct, and maybe the court wouldn't catch it. But the idea is actually that the central authority provides a great deal of benefit to this person that lives in the third country that wants to start their claim, because they provide a central translating and clearinghouse of documents for that individual from their home country in terms of if they have to demonstrate what the need is, what their expenses are in the home country, and so on. All of that documentation can go through the central authority in the third country over to British Columbia. That person can still appear by counsel or individually in British Columbia on the hearing. They still go to court just like they normally would. The central authority simply facilitates the transmission of documents back and forth for that hearing. They have the right to appear, as does the potential debtor or the actual debtor in the hearing. So it actually is a value add, which would encourage, I think, most people to use it. But we think that it's possible that you might be able to, avoid it, but the hassle might not be worth the loss of the benefits.
Shall Clause 3 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 4 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 5 pass? Member.
Are we, is there any significance to the difference between court and court registry now, or is that just something we're updating in the statutes? The amendment is simply to replace the word court with the word court registry. And is there some significant juridical reason for differentiating between the registry and the court, or is it just a turn of phrase that has been modernized?
Attorney General.
Madam Chair, this is a housekeeping amendment meant to more accurately reflect practice rather than to appear to impose an obligation on the judiciary to, for example, provide notice to somebody, something that's beyond the jurisdictional direct control of the judiciary. So this work is done by the registry, and so the clarification in the statute is that the registry does the work.
Okay. Shall Clause 5 to, 11? Okay. Shall Clause 5 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 6 to 11 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause, 12 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 13 pass? Aye. So ordered. Are we caught up? Okay. Shall Clause 13 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 14 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall I just did 15. Oh, shall Clause 15 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall the title pass? Aye. So ordered. Recognizing the Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the bill, the committee rise and report the bill complete without amendment.
You've heard the question. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carried.
Committee Chair.
The Committee on Bill 8 reports the bill complete without amendment.
Minister, when shall the committee sit again? When shall the bill be read third time?
Now, please, Honourable Speaker.
So ordered. It happens. The question is third reading of the bill. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Government House Leader. Okay. The motion for third reading of Bill number 8, Attorney General Statutes, the Hague Convention on Child and Family Support Amendment Act 2022 is carried and the bill has passed. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call Committee Stage Bill 9, Attorney General Statutes Amendment Act 2022.
Committee Chair.
The committee will recess for 5 minutes.
We'll call the committee to order on Bill 9, Attorney General Statutes Amendment Act 2022, recognizing the Attorney General on Clause 1.
Madam Chair, joining me, Ministry staff Nina Binder, Legal Counsel, and Darren Thompson, Legal Counsel from the Ministry of Attorney General and Housing. Welcome to them both, and thanks for their assistance.
Okay, shall Clause 1 pass? Recognizing the member from Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. So, just in terms of how to break down trying to deal with this bill, I mean, the easy part is there's two sections, Civil Resolution Tribunal Act and then the Legal Profession Act, Notaries Act, which are essentially the same amendment to both acts. So we'll start obviously with the Civil Resolution Tribunal Act amendments, and from the attorney's comments in second reading and the briefing that his staff and officials kindly provided, there's I think three things that the amendments are trying to achieve. The change around requiring judicial review at the Supreme Court for small claims matters being dealt with. There is the question, the problem that dates back to the early days of the Act around notice of objections, the filing of notice of objections precluding a creditor, if I can use that term, from enforcing their judgment from the tribunal, and then changes around the tribunal's jurisdiction as it relates to liability on accidents and the implications that had for accident benefits. So I think, if I'm correct, those are the three areas. The challenge is to find out, is actually to figure out which section is doing what, because the amendments, as is frequently the case here, are not always plain on the face, and the marginal notes aren't always particularly helpful. In this case, not particularly so. So I say that all by way of maybe as an excuse for how I'll clumsily perhaps pose some questions, but we'll get to it on section 1, which, in terms of repealing 13 sub 2, I'm just going to ask the attorney to put on the record. I think I know, but I'll have him put on the record the problem the repeal of 13.2 is designed to address, and it may not address it entirely. There are other sections, but the problem that we're trying to address with the repeal of 13.2 sub C.
Attorney General.
So technically, Section 1 repeals Section 13.2 sub C of the Civil Resolution Tribunal Act. That section sets out a 28-day time limit for filing a claim in court after filing a notice of objection. But that's no longer required since this process is being repealed. So that's the technical function of this repeal. The big picture is that this and a number of the other repeals related to it shift us from the current state, aim to, if passed, shift us from the current state in front of the Civil Resolution Tribunal, how matters proceed after decisions are made at that tribunal, to a new state of process for appeals, essentially, for lack of a better word. So currently, under the Civil Resolution Tribunal Act, if you have a small claim matter that's, let's say it's a $5,000 matter, so it falls within the limit, you've gone to the Civil Resolution Tribunal, you've been successful in your claim, you had a decision from the tribunal that said, yes, this person owes you $5,000. You have to wait 28 days. And the reason you're waiting 28 days is to see whether the person who lost at the Civil Resolution Tribunal is going to file a notice of objection with the BC Provincial Court. It costs $200 to file a notice of objection with the Provincial Court. And it turns out that, yes, the person who lost the case is willing to pay that $200. It nullifies that decision that you just won. You can't enforce it. You are essentially starting back at square one at the Provincial Court. And there's no requirement for that person who pays the $200 fee at Provincial Court to articulate any complaint about what happened at the CRT. All they have to do is say, I've got an objection, file it, pay the $200, and that's it. And essentially, for $200, the judgment debtor gains all of the benefits of the fact that the judgment functionally no longer really exists. And it means the winning party has to start again in Provincial Court all over again. Under the proposed future state, this would shift so that the person who was successful in the $5,000 decision is waiting to see if somebody files for judicial review with BC Supreme Court. Instead of just paying $200 and having the burden shift back onto the person who won the judgment, you have to actually articulate the case, the reasons why you think errors were made at the Civil Resolution Tribunal, and then you have to be serious about it. You have to set out the grounds for what you think the tribunal did wrong. So we expect that this will reduce the number of challenges to CRT decisions around small claims decisions, making it more useful for people, that really only those matters where there's a serious argument to be made that the CRT made some kind of error are going to go through an appeals, or in this case, a judicial review process. It is not, unlike the current state, a full rehearing of the case. It's a much narrower review of the CRT decision looking for errors or unfairness. And it aligns the small claims provisions with every other area of jurisdiction the CRT has in terms of how it's reviewed.
Member.
Okay, thanks, Honourable Chair. Quickly cottoned on to where I think we'll have a little bit of the discussion. And he's drawn the linkage between two of those issues. The one with respect to freezing the tribunal decision, freezing the effectiveness of the tribunal's, or the enforcement of the tribunal's decision with the filing of a notice of dispute, and this question of what is the proper mechanism for which to review or reconsider the tribunal's hearing. Because when I was reading through the legislation, I got to, and we're not there yet, but they're all kind of interrelated. The problem about freezing the decision, I think could be is dealt with in Part 6, or sorry, Clause 6 of the bill, which repeals, could be 56.13 56.3 and 56.14, which I think is the mechanism by which the ability to enforce those decisions of the tribunal happens. So it occurred to me, well, why don't we just repeal those provisions? But I think the Attorney General would say yes, but there's more to it than that, because we actually want to change the mechanism by which decisions of the tribunal are considered or reconsidered, as it were. In second reading, I alerted the attorney that I was going to pose a few questions to him about the rationale for taking that decision. He's begun already to provide some arguments in favor of the change. I think it's fair and appropriate here at the committee, though, to ask the attorney, all right, how prevalent was the problem? Were we seeing this on a regular basis in terms of decisions of the tribunal where people were filing disputes and then not proceeding with them, which is one thing. And then the other issue, which the attorney is saying, I just don't think if you're going to dispute a tribunal decision, I think there should be a different mechanism, an admittedly more costly mechanism, and that is judicial review. That's what we do in every other instance. I understand that, but it is a more costly process. So, is there? Can the attorney share with the committee some information, some data about how prevalent this has become, and how much of a concern it really has been?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The member raises the issue of costs under this new process versus the current state. Just some policy points that were considered in relation to that. The fee to file a notice of objection in provincial court is about the same as the fee to apply for judicial review in BC Supreme Court. It's about $200. The party who is successful at the Civil Resolution Tribunal may incur additional costs having to go through the full trial again at provincial court. And depending on the provincial court's time to trial, it can really add significant additional time to the entire resolution process of the claim. Because once you're done in provincial court with your new trial that you've already won at Civil Resolution Tribunal, then you win it again at provincial court, the person who you're suing could still go to appeal at the BC Supreme Court, which is the venue for appeals from provincial court small claims trials. So essentially putting you back in the same position, but you've also had to do an entirely new trial. So it's not quite as straightforward to say that it's more costly to do it this way. There are considerations that are both pro and con in terms of additional costs and time to trial. The statistics that the member asked about, we do have those. We have 4 years of statistics, starting June 1, 2017, going to May 28, 2021. Over that 4-year time period, the Civil Resolution Tribunal made 4,910 decisions that were eligible, theoretically, for a notice of objection. 526 actual notices of objection were filed over the period, meaning that 10.7% of CRT decisions were permanently nullified. That works out to about 130 notices of objection per year. It doesn't really tell us anything about whether the CRT made an error or procedural unfairness, something like that. It doesn't tell us anything about problems because all that was filed was the notice of objection. But staff have done manual searches of court services online and found that only 305 of the 526 notices of objection over that 4-year period were continued in provincial court for the complete rehearing process. So about 60%, just over 60% of those matters went through full new trials. That means that in 221 disputes, or 42% of disputes in which a notice of objection was made, the process never resulted in an enforceable order for any party, even though the CRT decision wasn't shown to be defective in any way. So we can't know with certainty why the parties chose not to continue in provincial court, but it's reasonable to suspect that some people were discouraged by being successful. The Civil Resolution Tribunal faced an entirely new trial process at the provincial court and just chose not to continue, given the cost, time, and risk involved.
Member.
Thanks, and to the attorney, the data is helpful. Does he agree? I see the issues as separate. And when he provides the data around the number of cases for which notices of dispute were filed and then not pursued, I think that's a compelling number. I mean, I think that to have the effectiveness of your win neutered by a procedural issue that you can't control, I think there is some merit in what the Attorney General is saying about the need to address that. But does he agree fixing that doesn't automatically require a change in the review procedure? We could address that without doing the latter. He's nodding. I'll let him talk, and then I'll take a stab at sharing my views on why that might have been a preferable approach. But it sounds like he at least agrees with the division between the two issues.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think one of the key challenges of the notice of objection is that it doesn't require the judgment debtor from the CRT to really do anything other than file the notice of objection and pay the fee. So one of the things that would be intuitive is that, you say, okay, you filed a notice of objection, now you have to take steps to actually go ahead and bring your matter forward. But what the notice of objection does is it puts the burden on the judgment creditor to start a new trial in provincial court. And this is where the whole thing really fell apart, is people just didn't understand. I don't understand. I just won at the Civil Resolution Tribunal. Now I have to do the entire trial all over again at provincial court. That doesn't make sense to me. And one of the other issues that came up in discussions with in policy discussions around this related to the notice of objection from the CRT was that during the negotiation phase, the Civil Resolution Tribunal has a strong front end trying to reach resolution without going to hearing. And during that negotiation phase, a party with lower bargaining position, they've got a tough case, it looks like they're going to lose, could say something like, listen, you know what, even if you win here, I can file a notice of objection in provincial court, and you're going to have to do the whole thing again. How about we settle for X amount instead of going through that lengthy process? You don't know how long it's going to last. And so for the reasons of public understandings of justice, I won the hearing. It really should be on the other party to demonstrate why that wasn't properly done. It's not the case here. Public understandings of justice about the fact that I had the full hearing once already. I shouldn't have to repeat the entire thing again. The fact that it's consistent with all other areas of Civil Resolution Tribunal jurisdiction appeal processes, which are judicial review in BC Supreme Court, so it's consistent. It's well understood and well established in BC, and people are familiar with it. At the registries, the court staff, lawyers, unlike the notice of objection process, which people are not as familiar with. And so there were a bunch of reasons for us to end up in this place. It doesn't mean I'm not interested to hear the members' idea about what we could have done instead, but those were the policy reasons for why we chose this particular avenue.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Well, that was darn near an invitation, so I'm going to take the attorney up on his invitation, because I guess this is what I was thinking too. Short of some of the other considerations that the Attorney General has mentioned, it struck me that what one could have done to address the admittedly frustrating situation where a tribunal decision just hangs out there in Never Never Land is to create a mechanism imposing a burden on the person filing the dispute notice to actually pursue that through the provincial court, and so there would have been a mechanism for, because the attorney's right, the burden has shifted to the judgment debtor, if that's the right term in the case of the tribunal, to take some action, but the action now is judicial review in the Supreme Court. Another option would have been to shift the burden to the debtor from the tribunal decision to take the traditional action in the provincial court. And where I'll engage in the argument with the attorney is simply to say that these are small claims, and the provincial small claims division was established to address that. The tribunal has diverted much of that work away. There were apparently, over the course of the 4 years, 526 cases that could have found their way into the provincial court for a trial. I'm not sure what the numbers around the provincial court are. Maybe we'll talk about that in the estimates later, just in terms of what the caseload in the small claims division has been over the last 4 years. The part I guess I'm hung up on, if I acknowledge my own hang up, is the tribunal and the small claims court are user friendly. The forms are there, you fill out the form, you do your thing, you go to the settlement conference, and you get a decision. And the attorney can say, well, the filing fees are the same for judicial review, but he and I both know it's a darn sight more intimidating to try and go to the Supreme Court to review a decision that you're unhappy with, and most people aren't. Not everyone. Some people can do it, but they're not pretty well equipped to use the language that the Supreme Court is familiar with and looks to, and if I guess if the objective is to dissuade people, then I think it's a pretty good strategy, because I think it will. But I also operate on the basis that none of these tribunals, for all their good intentions and for all the good people that work there and administer justice, they make mistakes. There are injustices that occur. And this will make it, for the people that are on the wrong end of those injustices. I don't mean that in some dramatic sense. These are small claims, but $5,000 for a lot of people is still $5,000. And people that are on the wrong end of a decision that has been rendered incorrectly, I think it will dissuade them. I mean, I think if that's the objective, it actually will dissuade them from seeking a review, because it's just too hard. It's there will be the odd person that figures out how to draft the documents, or as a friend, or find something, but most people will have to suck it up. And so I won't. I think there was a way to deal with the issue and shift the burden back to the losing party. I'm just not convinced that what follows from that, shifting the burden to the losing party to refer the matter to the Supreme Court of British Columbia, was necessary. Yes, it is the process that follows from other aspects of the tribunal's work, but it strikes me that we're losing sight of what the Small Claims Division was created to do in the first place. You know, back in we used to call it pretty rough justice, but it was accessible justice in the way that the tribunal is intended to be. But fixing the one issue, in my view, does not require automatically creating the new procedure of referring matters to the Supreme Court for judicial review. And if the attorney wishes to respond, I'll invite him to.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think a few things in response to the member. I definitely take his point about the significant difference between the Civil Resolution Tribunal, or BC Provincial Court Small Claims Division, and BC Supreme Court. They're very different places, and when the CRT process is really user-friendly. They do user satisfaction survey data collection at the CRT. And their February 2022 data showed 86% of respondents said the CRT's online services were easy to use, and 79% indicated the processes were not difficult to understand. Now, I think, when you have numbers like that, there's not a lot of self-represented litigants who go through BC Supreme Court who come out the other end and would say, that was easy to use and it was very easy to understand. Because it's a court designed for lawyers. It's designed for people who are represented by counsel. And so I accept that key proposition of the member's suggestion. The challenge for us was, well, where does that appeal then from the CRT take place? What is the jurisdictional authority for the provincial court to essentially conduct an appeal as opposed to a whole new trial? The reason why it was a trial de novo in the original structure was because it was very clear that the provincial court had constitutional and jurisdictional authority to do a small claims trial. What is less apparent is the provincial court's authority to do essentially an appeal from a tribunal. And so it creates risk and uncertainty, but not only that, it's inconsistent with the other areas of authority of the tribunal. So you would have 4 areas that go to judicial review at BC Supreme Court, and then 1 that goes to some sort of appeal process at the provincial court. And the provincial court itself, the small claims section, goes to BC Supreme Court for judicial review on appeal. So it's perhaps, from our policy perspective, it was more accurate to see the Civil Resolution Tribunal and the BC Provincial Court Small Claims Division as being parallel processes that an individual could choose with the same judicial review process at the end. I take the member's point that he might have done things differently to give 2 levels of very user-friendly court or tribunal to members of the public. And we're balancing that with certainty and a final decision, because I would assume that an appeal from the CRT to provincial court could then be appealed ultimately to BC Supreme Court anyway. And so you're into another level of appeal for the CRT and an extension of process that isn't existing in the Provincial Court Small Claims Division. So lots of policy considerations. I thank the member for for the interesting discussion about that.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. So normally in a case like this, I might try to make the point by suggesting some clever or not so clever amendment that might convey my point. There's not a snowball's chance in hell that I can make an amendment to this piece of legislation that would make any sense at all. So I'm going to beg the attorneys help a little bit. My sense is that, and I'm looking for a section to record my difference of opinion. My sense is that Section 3, and maybe he can consult with his, is the section 3 of the clause 3 of this bill, and the amendment to section 16.4 sub 1 is as good a section as any to point to as altering the procedure that presently exists. And I don't want us to be bouncing around, but if that is so, then we might very quickly get there, and we'll agree to disagree. And but I want to make sure I'm not missing. It strikes me that when I get to the existing 16.4 sub 1, that is the provision by which it determines how a matter can go to the provincial court, and we're now changing that, and for the reasons that the attorney has mentioned that he agrees with and I am less agreeable to.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A bit strange scenario, advising the member on how best to object to the government legislation, but that's right. In the interests of transparency and an opportunity for members to have their views properly reflected, staff advised me that Section 6 really represents the Clause 6, pardon me, of the legislation, repealing Division 5. Is really the guts of the change here. Division 5 was the division that really set out the process of the notice of objection and procedural details, deposits on claims that might be required in provincial court, and so on. So it's really the guts of the thing. Sort of historians who look back on the why the member voted against Section 6, I guess, could turn to the answer, because it is not squarely, I think, what the member is looking for. There is no provision that squarely does that, but maybe that is more what he's looking for.
Shall Clause 1 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 2 pass? Member.
Okay, this is, I think, an example of the tricky drafting and the various issues that are being dealt with. I'm not going to try to presuppose. I'm just going to listen to the attorney explain to the committee what the purpose of Clause 2 and the amendment to or the creation of 13.5 is intended to accomplish.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This section relates to the jurisdiction of the Civil Resolution Tribunal, anticipated, should this pass, to determine responsibility for a vehicle accident. And specifically, this section would add a provision that will, in combination with a regulation, create a limitation period within which a dispute over determination of responsibility for a vehicle accident must be started at the CRT. There will be a regulation created pursuant to the newly added section 93 sub 2 sub b.1 of the Civil Resolution Tribunal Act. That's the enabling section that will allow the regulation to prescribe this limitation period.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. When we get to Clause 9, I'll have to admit that I spent the better part of a half an hour cursing because my copy of the existing bill didn't have a 13.5 in it, which of course it didn't because it was created earlier in the statute. One of the delightful aspects of drafting amendments of these sort. Can the attorney tell the committee he presumably had some sense of well, he has chosen not to include the limitation period in the legislation. He has chosen to do it by regulation. He presumably has some sense or has some advice on what an appropriate limitation period would be, and can he share that with the committee?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The short answer is it's likely to be about a 60-day period. There are many reasons for that. It mirrors existing internal processes within ICBC. It's a very distinct finding by ICBC that you don't have to wait some period to realize the extent of. You just get a letter, you get the final decision from ICBC, you're at fault in the collision, and then you've got 60 days if that is ultimately what ends up happening through the regulatory process through cabinet and so on. But we're expecting about 60 days. We've got 60 days, let's use it for the sake of argument, to launch your appeal of that essentially at the Civil Resolution Tribunal. Now, one thing I'd like to do is just take one step back to really specify what types of ICBC decisions we're talking about here, what are the circumstances when someone might be affected by this and would need to go to the Civil Resolution Tribunal. Under the new enhanced benefit system, fault is still a factor, and there's a bunch of examples where it is. There are still, for example, under the old system, tort claims that are working their way through. Those tort claims are very fault-based, and it's very important. Under the new system, in certain limited circumstances, some enhanced accident benefits might be reduced or canceled depending on your responsibility for the accident. We can go into those if the member's interested, but that's not what we're talking about here. Similarly, the basic vehicle damage coverage under the new system is a fault-based product. You're not covered if you cause the accident. That's also not what we're talking about here. All those areas, tort, accident benefits, basic vehicle coverage, those are all covered. The way to appeal the fault process is all looked after. This is a very distinct category where someone doesn't have any apparent damages, whether to the vehicle or injuries, but the fault determination still matters to them. They're concerned about their future premiums, for example, or their future employability. Maybe they want to be a commercial driver. Maybe they are a commercial driver. They want to have a clean abstract. And so certain at-fault collisions could result in higher premiums down the road, or it could impact your ability to be a commercial driver. So in this circumstance where someone has no apparent damages that are at stake, but that determination of fault is important to them for these reasons, this is the area. This is the group of people that are affected by these amendments, and where we're creating clear jurisdiction for the Civil Resolution Tribunal to determine these matters. And in these circumstances, it is as simple as ICBC sending a final decision to you as the driver saying you are at fault, you're not at fault, and that's what starts the limitation period. Your receipt of that starts the limitation period that will be prescribed by the regulation.
Noting the hour, thank you, Attorney General.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I move the committee rise, report progress, and seek leave to sit again.
You've heard the question. All those in favour? Aye. Opposed? Carried. This committee stands adjourned.
Committee Chair.
The Committee on Bill 9 reports progress and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Attorney General?
Next sitting, Honourable Speaker.
So ordered. Attorney General.
Honourable Speaker, noting the hour, I move the House to now adjourn. Oh. Did I jump a step?
We have to do this. Yeah. It's too early. So members, pursuant to Standing Order 25, the division requested during private members' time this morning must take place 30 minutes prior to the scheduled hour of adjournment of this sitting day. It being 6 p.m., we will begin the division process. Pursuant to sessional order adopted on February 8, 2022, the division call will be 10 minutes. Members, the question before the House as moved by the leader of the third party is that the question on motion number 6 moved by member for Peace River South be now put. As motions that the question be now put, understanding order 46 are not common. The chair will take the opportunity to provide clarity that the House is not voting on motion number 6. Rather, the House is voting on whether the question on that motion be put, which, if passed, would result in a vote on motion number 6. If the motion does not pass, the chair will invite the government House leader to move adjournment of the debate on motion number 6, which will take its place on the order paper. Madam Clerk. Yeah. The question is, there it is. This is the one, right? Those who are in favor on the question not to be put, please rise. Thank you. Please be seated. Those who are against, please rise. Thank you. Be seated. And on Zoom, member for Shuswap, member, would you indicate you were in favor or you were against?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am in favor.
Okay, thank you.
Those voting aye: Kajud, Dirksen, Millibar, Bond, Halford, DeYoung, Ross, Oakes, Bernier, Payton, Davies, Sturdy, Firstnow, Olson, Klovchuk, Rustad, Kylo, Morris, Watt, Merrifield, Stewart, Shapitka, Letnick, Banman, Ashton, and Taggart, 26. Those voting nay: Rice, Walker, Babchuk, Simons, Papa, Malcolmson, Bear, Callon, Kang, Baines, Dean, Cullen, Ma, Chow, Singh, Russell, Starchuk, Anderson, Donnelly, Bailey, Alexis, Routley, Whiteside, Heyman, Conroy, Farnworth, Eby, Dix, Osborne, Fleming, Chen, Ralston, Sharma, Routledge, Padden, Sandhu, Elmore, Brar, Begg, Singh, Deeth, Sims, Green, Chant, Leonard, Coulter, Glumac, Yao, Dykeman, and Mercier, 50.
The motion is defeated. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move adjournment to the debate.
Member, you heard the motion. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of Supply Section A reports progress on the estimates of the Ministry of Mental Health and Addiction and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again? Government House Leader?
Next sitting.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move the House to now adjourn.
Member, you heard the motion. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.